Todo spoon to be part of spoon, 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 spoon. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon, you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just don't spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, don't spoon. You want to know what is happening, Moravia, don't spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just don't spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, don't spoon. Yeah, don't spoon. Yeah, don't spoon. You from Bonjama, Maryland, don't spoon. Yeah, don't spoon. If you eat a regular, my brother, don't spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, don't spoon. Yeah, don't spoon. You want to get a news update, don't spoon. Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What I want? It's what you got to Spoon TV. It's what you got to Spoon TV. Spoon TV. Spoon entertainment.
POS? I said I need cash. What is it about POS?
Yes, sir. A special one from the CEO. Yes, sir. A special one from the CEO. With the spoon. And your boy right in the South End. Projects on the beat.
On the spoon to get your information. On the spoon to be part of spoon, spoon, spoon. Spoon, spoon, spoon. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon.
Oh yes, of course. Spoon is going to tell you what's happening in Liberia. Spoon is going to tell you what's happening in Monrovia.
You want to get a
The time is 5 minutes on the flip side of 8 o'clock. That's the initial time. Check to where I sit and talk to you this beautiful, beautiful Thursday evening from ODS Congo Town in Monrovia, Liberia. It is my pleasure to welcome you to yet another edition of the Spawn Talk right here on Spawn 107.5. The program has been Simon Kazan Fabric 101.1 and relayed across on several radio stations across Liberia. So welcome to it, and let's have a wonderful, wonderful time together as the CEO and his team of panelists are expected to be here once more to discuss some of the issues that matter to the growth and development of Liberia. So don't go away, be there as we hear. As usual, we begin the program with the Speak Your Mind segment, a segment on which we give you the opportunity to call in and tell us what's on your mind. What is that burning issue you want to talk about? What is that issue confronting you in your various communities that you want the public to know about, that you want relevant government institutions to know about, but you don't know the way out? Or you know your way out, but sometimes, bureaucracies at some of the government institutions are tiring. So you probably just need a platform like this, to air your view, to, express, some of those things that are confronting you in your various communities. So welcome. Let's have a wonderful time together. My name is Yekezi Zwobil. I'm here this evening as your producer. We will go to the lines and get to hear from you Liberians about what's on your minds. What have you got to say about some of the training issues in Liberia? The president, Joseph Boaka, was in Kakata-Magibi County today, where he dedicated a newly constructed senior secondary school in that part of the country, supported by the World Bank. Similar projects were dedicated in Bong and Nimba counties. And I'm talking about, the senior secondary school project in Magibi County and other counties. Following that, he met senators at the Liberian Senate and all of that. But, the CEO and his team of panelists will be here to talk more about that. I don't want to preempt some of the things that we'll be talking about here tonight. But let's go to the lines and hear from you. What is on your minds? Call us on 08555 101075 055 101075 077 1075 1075. Those are the numbers to call us on. For those of you watching from outside Liberia, I will be pinning the numbers very shortly on the screen so that you can call and make your import as well. But let's begin with this caller. Hello, your name and where you join us from? Hello? Okay, let's talk to this other person. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Leroy MP is my name, calling from South.
Okay, it's good having you on. Let's hear you. What's on your mind?
Brother Zogwe, I tell you, thank you for the program tonight. But what on my mind is that the Guinean to be on Liberia land issue. That what on my mind.
Okay, what about that?
I tell the president, thank you for taking the bold step to cool the Liberian heart down. Because now when something happened here, we experienced a war for 14 years in Liberia. Somehow we suffer. But people that say they should do things out of the way, it's not the way that we're supposed to do it. So I tell the president, thank you for taking the bold step to cool our mind last night.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah. Thanks for calling.
Thank you.
All right. The numbers are 0777 1075 0555 101075. The numbers to put it through call and have your say. Let's talk to this person. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
David King, I join you from my
Okay, David, let's hear you.
Yeah, what is on my mind has to do with it may coming from the information minister.
Okay.
You know, you can see this country belongs to all of us. But I don't know why they are living and see that this country is only them that started with this country and this country will end with them. What is happening to our country is all of attention. So for Jevaline to sit and say, if we see you first, you must come and take our arm and go do what you're supposed to do. I don't think this is how national we ought to speak. What happened to our country is for concern for every one of us. Position or imposition, no position, opposition, I don't want no concern. So for the leader to sit,
thank you.
Speak to all the way he spoke today, and the president just portrayed that today by saying we that live on him tomorrow. When we see school, we say that school will eat. When we see yellow machine, we say that yellow machine will eat. The president too, he did very loose talk of reason, and he should stop.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks for calling and thanks for making your point. Let's talk to another person. Hello, your name and where you join us from? Hello?
Yeah.
Your name and where you join us from?
Yeah, my name is Eddie P. calling from Chicken Soup Factory.
Ellie, let's hear you.
You know what on my mind, my brother? Typical example. How many government schools were there around here that the government is not even taking care of? Nothing. The government is not taking care of nothing. You just passing around doing groundbreaking ceremony that you just to impress the librarian that you working. It's wrong, my brother. Yeah, project around here, do that around. You can't even take the post office from armchair. We see a lot of protests in the village. How are people suffering from school? Then at the end of the day, you passing around and say, oh yeah, you want bring ceremony, you want to do just to impress people. Lastly, my brother, look, the government just disappointed in a government that can't stand to defend our own country. I'm just disappointed in the government, especially the president of Labrador, Uncle Joe. Our uncle, you cannot defend this country. You just take the constitution.
If I may ask you, how do you want the president to respond to the situation at the Liberia-Guinea border?
My brother, fire for fire.
Fire for fire.
Yes.
So the president, the government should declare war. That is.
Fire for fire, my brother.
You are saying in essence that the government should declare war.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
What are you saying then?
Government can put a negotiation in place that yes, what the city is doing crossing to yourself, why you can't do anything to that?
And you know what, you actually know the effect of that. You know the consequence of that. You know.
As a journalist, you tell me as a journalist, Guinea must come to your side and move all your people. You continue to do peace, right?
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Let's talk to another person. That's your opinion. Let's talk to another person. Hello, your name and where you join us from? Hello?
Hello.
Your name and where you join us from?
Yeah, I'm so sorry. My name is Fanny Gray, member of the Intellectual Bureau of the current administration, the UP.
Okay.
My brothers, look, our brothers then did not see war before. They don't see what before. Somehow today we are people that living on this earth now. We are a grandmother and father and mother. Everything is come from the same fire for fire. Liberia, we are not prepared to even fire gun on or against anybody than my brothers. So the part that the president or the government is on, I believe they have to be on our part until everything can be resolved. We don't want no fire for fire yet. Liberia has fought for 14 years. No benefit. That's what the president said. If you go with fire for fire, to destroy is easy, but to put something back on the land is very difficult. And that's what we are going through today.
Thank you.
So we want to tell our brother and sister, let us please hold our peace. Let the government do what they can do. Let everything be resolved. Thank you so much for the time.
Thank you very much. Let's talk to this person. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Virginia, back settlement.
Let's hear you, please.
Yeah, my brother, the former manner that the president is handling the issue, and he spoke. For me, I don't have problem with it. Really, I really don't have problem with it. Since he said he's going to handle it in a diplomatic form, that is good. But where my disappointment come in is the statement that coming from Jeremy Pia, the mouthpiece for the government, and even the president. The president's statement reminds me of what I tell you once when the citizen was giving her tough time with questions, she referred to some of the citizens as noisy minority who never had work to do. And the president has come again and made this statement. It is not good. We have the right to question the government. We have the right to ask questions. He has spoken to us. Some of us are a bit pleased. That's what we wanted. Tell us what the statement said of the Bola A. So the president needs.
So what is the exact statement from the president that you're talking about?
The statement from the president is that there are some people who are just depending on hand to mouth and look at the thing. No. Let me tell you, when things happen in the country, it is our duty, it is the government duty to educate the people. You don't make no kind of statement to people. We voted this government, and for me, personally, that's my candid opinion. I just do not expect the president to make such a statement.
Thank you.
It's wrong.
Thank you.
Wrong on his part. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks for making your point. Thanks for speaking your mind here. But this is the exact statement that came from the president. As a matter of fact, I was in Kakata today when the president dedicated the state-of-the-art secondary school in Kakata. And these were the words of the president. And he says, I know those people who think about nothing in this country, but from hand to mouth will ask if that school we will eat, that road we will eat, that yellow machines we will eat. So basically, the president was referring to criticisms against, developmental initiatives. People who, whenever development is initiated, instead of, praising the developmental initiative, they think, only about what they eat, but they forget to know that, that initiative has immense impact. Even it contributes to their own survivability. Even if not now, it's going to contribute to your survivability in the future. So I think that's exactly what he was referring to. But let's go back to the lines and take more calls. Hello, your name and where you join us from.
Hello.
Let's hear you, please.
Well, my name is Jonathan Joe.
Jonathan Joe, you've got to be audible, please.
Okay. Thank you very much. Am I audible?
I think you are much better. Let's manage to hear you.
Okay. Thank you. The issues concerning our border and the issue with Liberia and Guinea. The first thing that Liberians should know that we are not in a position to go into war with our neighboring country, most especially our bordering country, that we have common trade, we have common or relationship. But I think, and while the government or the president is pushing peace to find a solution, Liberia should be prepared for the aftermath, the next stage after the peace process, because we don't know the mind of the Guinean government. Because if you get on Facebook, you notice that they are intruding, they are coming in numbers with their security forces. So they put fears in the mind of the Liberian people. This is why some Liberians are a little bit skeptical when it comes to what the government is doing. What I think is that the president has taken on the applaud.
Thank you very much. We've kept you on the line for so long. Let's talk to another person. Hello, your name and where you joined us from?
I'm
Okay, let's hear you.
So it's still about the Guinea issue. Even the mathematics people can do in school doesn't have one formula. When you try the other formula and it does not work, you need to apply the other formula and get the best result.
Okay, what other formula you think the government should apply?
When you try if it not work, then the Bowser, even he won't suffer from violence. Violence should take it by force. And I was playing one radio station again this morning. I overheard that our lawmakers are going on ground to check tomorrow. I see no reasons of the lawmakers going on ground to check. I mean, I suggested that this morning, said they want to go and check, they want to be the fire brigade. They should not assign any personal security to them. They should carry the personal security, they should get additional security. Then they go, they will have the able to go because often they're playing different stations, genetics, beginning lab, but still they say they don't believe it. They want to go and see it for themselves. So then they go tomorrow and see for themselves, they come back and tell us.
So the lawmakers are not going there because they don't believe what is being reported. They are going there, to observe the environment, for themselves, and do some investigation to see how best they too can try to intervene into the situation. So they're not going there because they don't believe what has been reported. No. Thank you very much. Let's talk to this person. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Hello.
How are you? Let's hear you.
Thank you. To be frank, our president, Jesus Network Blessing, JNB for short, is using his wisdom to make sure things go on fine within the republic. People are thinking that it will send people, army people at the border to go and confront the Guineans at the border there, which would be very, very wrong. There is no need for that. One coin cannot cause noise. You have a single coin in your hand, you will never hear sound. When you make it two, then you have to hear sound. There is no need. Our president is using his wisdom to make sure that he solve this matter diplomatically. And the diplomatic process is the best one.
Thank you very much. Let's talk to another person. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Good evening,
Good evening. Let's hear you.
Yeah, good evening to Mr. Stanton Witherspoon.
You want to be audible, please? You are very low.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Can you hear me now?
Okay. So, folks, our orange line is down for now. So, you can call us on our Noomstar. The number is 0555 101075 0555 101075 0555 101075. That's our Noomstar hotline as we try to put on our orange. Let's talk to this person. Hello, your name and where you join us from? Hello? Okay, we lost that person. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Yeah, my name is Ruth Shortly.
Okay, let's hear you from Thinkers Village.
So, what the boy was saying about what the business said, if you say that other people now after development and know they after other things, to me, not a good word for you to say it. Because they see they still want to go dedicate to this. I think at the past government build us too. It's at the opposition and most of them talking all type of things. So the opposition who build us too there, that the people after war who want development. But the thing is happening that the government responsibility to explain to all very happy, but not to be giving all cheese. Thank you.
Thank you very much for making your point. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Yeah, you can say good evening to you.
Good evening. Good evening. Sorry.
Thank you. You can see your way. Let me say thanks to you. And my name is Mohammed Mkanen Chinyon. A member of the United Party Bureau in the review, and I still live on 2016. My point to the area is I listen to most of the callers, and someone talks about fire for fire. And then someone more to say that you try to question what is the definition of the type of fire they try to touch. And someone came out to also talk about what and the president is not doing anything to make progress, getting to progress on the education aspect. And I think they are coming up with some false information, because if you notice that even the armchair that they comment most of the or public school using, armchair that they are low. They're not any kind of fact that they armchair that the public school are using. Okay, I think these guys, some of them they need to go visit the public high school there to do that research. Okay, because when you come out to say that the government is not doing anything if it comes to progressing to the education sector, so because look, everything that the opposition more precise, I was seeing the sedition coming out. You always talk about it, that we are project, everything that this government is doing. We are that we are the only. So I don't know. Then they come out to say that.
Thank you.
What was owned by President. We are only.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Let's talk to another person. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Okay, I'm calling from Jacobstown.
Let's hear you from Jacobstown.
So us in Liberia, we have to be very careful. The Guinea soldiers, they are not saying that they came to fight Liberia. They only came to sit down that by order. They always say that the superintendent will go meet the supervisor in Gigedo. Like, no, they told them no what in. That's so easy because there. So the should know what to say on the radio. People in Guinea that can understand English and they listen to most of the radio then. Not always will be talking about war. Why? We still not get sense here. Let us very be careful how we discuss war. I'm not going to fight in the whole war. People are not discussing that one. Guinea can say right to the border with discussing war.
Thank you very much. Let's talk to another person. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Hey, my name is Dennis Koti. I'm calling from North Dakota. Actually, I'm calling to ask you, there was the last time you had a show where you advertised a doctor, a Ghanaian doctor.
Hello, are you there? Unfortunately, we lost him, but you can call us back. Let's talk to this other person. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Hello, Yakazin.
Hello, how are you? Let's hear you.
Yeah, I'm calling from Holland. My name is Donzo. Yakazin, I just want to ask one thing here. Because this situation has to do with territorial claim. Guinea is claiming a part of Liberia. But we see some paper flying up there that was signed between Liberia and France when Guinea was under the colonial rule. 1907. Does Liberia have any other document to show that can counter that? Because if you're talking about land issue, you don't have any document to show, or if that document is still a fake or it's a AI document. Have you guys are journalists? Have you made any research on that? That paper that are going around between France and the Republic of Liberia, 1907. That is whether it is genuine. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much for your concern, but I'm not sure that Guinea has made any outright claim about owning land. I think this entire dispute or misunderstanding began. It was prompted or triggered, by mining in the Makona River. The Guinean soldiers allegedly saw, Liberian nationals mining in the Makona River, and they went there and confiscated their equipment. And since then, we've not heard any outright claim from Guinea, from the government of Guinea or government officials of Guinea that a certain territory of Liberia belongs to them. We've not heard that. The only thing that we are seeing is Guinean soldiers, leaving their territory and being posted in Liberian territory. That is what we are seeing. So I cannot speak, to that for now. But thank you very much for your concern. Let's talk to more folks here as we are with the CEO and his team of panelists. This is the Spawn Talk. Is 32 minutes on the flip side of 8 o'clock. That is 28 minutes climbing up to 9 o'clock. Once the CEO joins the show, yes, he and his team of panelists will be digesting and discerning some of the trending national issues in the country. But let's go back to the lines. Let's talk to this person. Hello, your name and where you join us from. Good evening. How are you? Let's hear you.
My name is Keita, calling from Broadville.
Keita, welcome.
I have two major concerns. One is the main road from Freeport to Zimbabwe. Up to this time, the government, I know how they really looking at things. Maybe they feel that diploma, they want it's not about diploma, it's about traffic jamming. The people that they're doing nothing, they will stand whole day, they will not work. Another day they are getting BCC, and then when they really see that small hole, the people around the dollar bill there. Now small hole they digging, they dipping it. And up to now, since 2024, I can say almost 2 years now they have not reached Zimbabwe. And now small hole there. When traffic jam, I will get with the driver on the street.
Okay,
and the
thank
people
you.
and how will happen again.
Thanks for registering your concern. Thank you very much. Let's talk to another person. Hello, your name and where you join us from? Hello. Good evening. How are you? Your name and where you join us from?
This is Tosi again. I do join you from Grand Judah County.
Welcome. Let's hear you.
Okay. Thank you tonight on the program, brother. One thing, I was just watching your program live, and I decided to call. So the issue about this particular Guinea and Liberia is something somebody spoke, and he talks about people did not see war. And it's something that we are supposed to look at. I don't know why people will pay for war. Whereas we have witnessed war in this country that, carry off way beyond. As I speak, other people who have been developed, people who have been ahead. But because of war, we're trying to gradually grow from this stage to another stage. So I don't know why people could sit down and be praying for war. It's quite unfortunate. So if the president comes on and say, let he goes to Guinea and have a mediation with the Guinean government, why should people say we have a weak government? It's quite unfortunate. This is a country that came from 14 years of civil war, and we are trying to grow from this stage to another stage. Even when there's a confusion between Guinea and Liberia, what other people will pray to say that Liberia government is a weak government.
Thank you.
It's what here, my brother.
Thank you very much. Let's talk to this person. Hello, your name and where you join us from? Hello? Hello, you are on the radio. Please just shut down your monitor, please. How are you?
Yeah, hello.
Let's hear you, please.
Yeah, this is something Belcher calling from India. I've been monitoring the show. This issue had to do with Guinea and Liberia. Look, people not taking the viewpoint or policy business or bring politics into it. And this is not about President Bouaka. This is about Liberia. It is about Liberia. Or individuals they want to scare us some problem to bring problem between the two countries, which of course we pray by the grace of God, it will not hold. It will not hold. They will come to book, they will bring them to light. You see, I like the way the President Bouaka is handling the whole thing. They don't ever going to take the people from them by force. No. The step the procedure the woman is taking the arrest that he's taking. Because at the end of the day, who is responsible for what is happening will bear the full weight of the law. So we hope that everyone like Green should just look at it and let handle it the way he handle it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Let's talk to this person. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Daniel Walipi from 540 Congo Town.
Okay, let's hear you, please.
Yes, my brother. You see the problem with Guinea and Liberia, we just have to be patient in doing things in the country here. If we are not patient, we always put ourselves into serious problems. That's what happened during the 1990 war. If you look at the time, country they're trying to, they're not fighting, or even to occupy our space. But we jump all these things there, we try to say we have to go and battle with them. We have to stay men. We just have to forget this thing that we are members of the United Nations now. We can look at these things sometimes. We bear patience with other countries. And tomorrow, these are things that will look at us and agree us. We just join the war with another country because the king is big force at all.
Thank you. Thank you.
So just bear patience. And see, but Bouaka really need to sometimes do something that he can certify the
Thank you very much. Let's talk to this person. Hello, please shut down your radio, lower the volume. Let's hear you. Your name and where you join us from.
Good evening. My name is Tados B. Balam Johnny from Kigali, Rwanda.
Let's hear you, please.
Okay, so I've been following the latest development around the border. So for me, I respect the approach the government is taking, but friendly speaking, if I was the president, I was going to send the military to the border as well. We are not going to cross, but we're just going to protect our borders. We're not going to fight anybody, at least just to keep those citizens, to make the citizens to be informed that yes, they are men, they are military within our country. So you don't have somebody crossing their territory and coming to our own environment, trying to put the flag up. The citizens were trying to, retaliate, and later they went back and they came back in the same area again. It almost like we don't have a military, we don't have a security. We are not fighting them, but even if they cross, we have to send our military there so that they too can know that yes, Liberia have a military, they have our citizens, we have our security to protect our borders. You saw what happened. We are in the farming season.
The joint security is there. I mean, Guinea should know that Liberia, has as a country has a military, so you don't have to station military there before they know that you have a military.
Yeah, they know, but you saw the people crossing from their end coming to our end. The matter of fact, for them to cross their border and come to our territory to even hold their flag is against the international law. That's one.
It is.
They violated
our rights as a sovereignty. We have our country, we have our right to protect our sovereignty. So for them to cross their border and come to our country to hold their flags, they already went against international protocol. So what we needed to do is just simple. We are not going to fight them just to stage our own military there so that they can know that we ourselves will have our military within our country. We are already in the farming season. Most of our people start to leave the place, go to Foya, to seek refuge. What is that? We respect the peace.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Let's talk to this person.
Okay.
Hello, your name and where you join us from? Hello? Hello?
Hello,
Good evening, your name and where you join us from?
thank you. My name is Tanga Jim Gaines, and to be precise, a call from the Town Community Judicial Limited.
Please go ahead.
Thanks. For the issue of our border with Guinea, I think the Liberian people, we are looking at just territorial size in Guinea, what our land, whatever. But I think being investigating the trauma and the trauma and how you just see people in Lofa that should financial committee to investigate who had said this union and they can start fearing our people live in the villages and sleep on the road and they are panic. They are disturbed out of the country because they investigate who have caused this problem. And then you should know that internationally they are now equal. We just stop. We are very on the other nations, and we are not there for war. We just a war. They are not here. It is a partner. So we are not here for that. We are taking how to move our country. The major things that somebody has caused their harm, they should report the ECOWAS and creating fear in people. So I think the citizenry and the legislatures also all the citizenry, the international community who were created on the moon. They're going to fear our people and they're going to fear our people, and our people are turned to go to Gina.
Thank you.
Thank
you. Thank you.
Don't be investigated.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Councillor Gu, welcome to the show. Okay, let's talk to this person. Hello.
Thank you, Thank you.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah. Good evening. This is Brother G. Lahasin Wadi calling from Pinze AB Server Road. Look, I'm so surprised Kenton Weatherspoon join us to and keep last night on the show. Temple does not know that we are at war. Guinea declare war on us. King will have army our border. Then you on the radio and you know your program go international. Your program be here in Guinea. Then he goes on air discussing the security matter of Liberia, where the defense minister, Minister of Defense, Defense Minister, Chief you are exposing us to the Guineans. He was indirectly feeding the Guinean government with information, and that's what led the Guinean government to keep on pressing us. We should know we are at war. It's not Barca fighting war. People bring on Liberia. As true citizens of Liberia, we all fight the war. Internally,
thank you.
War with Guinea and bring war to Senator asked me yesterday.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
I don't know. Let me friend update you. My tears in my update you, blood in my eye.
Thank you very much. But I don't think we are at war. But the CEO is on. Councillor Good is on. CEO, welcome.
Hey, thank you very much. Yekaze, how you doing?
I'm great.
Yeah, thank you. Welcome, Lafayette Good. How you doing?
I'm good.
Yeah, yep. It look like we missed a couple of days, Councillor Good.
Yeah, man, I saw you hear my voice. The quality of my voice is very poor because I had cold. Still suffering it.
You got something playing in the back, Councillor?
I think so, yeah. Yeah, so like I said, I've been experiencing cold for the past 2 days, so it's wearing away now. So I try to come out tonight.
Try to stay home, man. Try to stay home.
when you go outside, I think you get cool.
Yeah, right. Yeah, because another way you can get cool when you get out there.
I want to do you, eh? Yeah, that way your own that way you did that. I'm not
a doctor. I'm not.
Or medical work you did.
I think a couple of things contributing to that. Either somebody bring it home to you, or you went out there to get it. Yeah, that's my belief though. So anyway, make it to all. That one for you and the family.
Anyway, it's very cool.
Yeah. Make it to all. A 446, my man. 846 in Liberia. A beautiful day. We give God the glory. What's going on? Yeah, because I see that you're taking a lot of calls, right?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, what's going on? Yeah, but you know what, though, Councillor? Let me just ask you a quick question since we just off the back, though. So, Kamo, on this whole Samuel Twe case, he asked for separate trial. Can you bring us up? I mean, I know we started the show. Yeah, I'm just thinking. Can you bring us up to speed? Why would Kamo ask for a separate trial? Have you read the documents?
No, I haven't read the motion, but the issue about separate trial can be generally because the defendant, the person who is asking for a separate trial, may not have the same defense as to the others, and in other instances, sometimes the others are not available, so the state can also move for separate trial. And so yeah, there are so many reasons and there's so many other grounds, but those are the two major grounds where the person who is asking for, if it's the defendant that asking for the seventh trial, most time it's either because he or she defense will be different from the rest of the others, or maybe because of the others not being available, he can choose for his case to go ahead, and so it can happen. But to grant it, the court must be convinced that the criminal conspiracy charge does not connect that defendant to the crime. That means if he is charged for conspiracy along with the others, it's difficult for him to have a severance trial. It's going to be difficult because conspiracy
let me just, the reason why we're saying this, is because, Senator Ford, FIA, when he asked for separate trial as well, I mean, something leading Kamo, who served as National Security Advisor, to how dangerous it is now for Samuel Twe. You served as a prosecutor before. If you put on your hat as a prosecutor, how dangerous is this for Samuel Twe and the rest of the guys?
If I were to give an opinion, then now it means that I'm also delving into the marriage now, because whatever opinion I give as to whether it fits Twe and the others or not could still be leading towards me giving an opinion on the entire trial. But my point is the procedure, a separate trial, something that is available on the law to the defendant. Yes, it's available. On what condition? That the defendant can ask for seventh trial. That is the two of the condition I gave. The issue of the other defendants and him will not have the same defense, or he's not being charged with conspiracy. You understand? That means that maybe we have 4 persons, but 3 of the 4 could be charged with conspiracy, while he alone probably could be charged with something else other than the main crime and criminal conspiracy. So maybe it would be facilitation, And so if he feels that he only been charged for criminal facilitation, but with 4 others present, he can, the defendant can ask for 7th trial, because obviously facilitation, is one of the lowest of the crimes that will be among it. But if it's,
so I don't want you to dive into this case because I know it's ongoing and it's going to be something big. But let me just ask you though: do you think everything you know, and if this will lead you to give your opinion, then don't. But do you think everything you know, cemetery is in a high water here?
Well, I told you like before. I said there are 2 sides in every case. In fact, there's the prosecution, criminal case, there's the defense. In the case of where national security spending or issues have been raised, the defendant will most likely not disclose how monies were spent because they're under the cloud of national security. The state will have the burden to say no, to prove that you did not use the money for national security purpose, as you said. Sorry for my quality of my verse. But you use the money on X, Y, Z, and Z, which are your personal activities. So you benefited from this money. You took this money with the intent of diverting it to either buying cars, buying houses, maybe going to hotels, enjoying yourself, whatever the case is. The state will be able to identify those things that the monies were used on other than national security. So that's the extent that I can go. When you come to the issue of national security, the person who is on trial will not disclose those information that the money was spent on, especially with national security. But when you say no, that this money you did not use it for national security purpose, you use it for other purpose, then you must prove that purpose. And those are the tight and sticky issues there in the case. So I cannot say whether someone in high water, I cannot say whether the government is or having a good case because I don't know the government case. I don't know the government theory, full theory of the case. They have not laid out the theory of the case yet before the jury. Because man, when you select the juror and the defendants plea to the indictment, that means you join an issue with this. When you join the fact the defendant had already joined issue with the state by pleading not guilty. That's when you move now towards the panel of the jury to select the jury. When you select the jury, you have to present your case to the jury. What is it that the jury should expect from you as a prosecutor, right? In terms of the pieces of evidence that you have to prove your case against the defense. So the defense will just be waiting.
Let me bring you up quickly because I know when we'll get into the border issue, we'll speak to our reporter there. Today, our reporter was at the border again. Gregor Coleman visited the border. I want to speak to that as well. The president visited his Senate today. What actually he said today, we got to let the Liberian people know. Though no camera was in there, but we were able to gather some of our information via our sources. It's very important that the president visit to the Senate. You really want to know about that as well. We got a lot to discuss today. Again, understand that things is happening in the country on a go-slow basis. But another thing, because of this whole border issue, people miss. Let me bring it to your attention, though. The reason why the judge dropped the cases or the case against Swakoko Dennis, you read that with photo A, but we couldn't actually explain further. Talk to me about those charges. And we're hearing that more charges will be dropped against. We're hearing from our sources because, the government failed to send representation or the court failed to present a date for trial. So therefore, it elapsed and the government dropping the cases against those 4, Patrick Woolsey, Swakoko from the car. But let's talk about Swakoko. What say you?
So when the court drops or dismisses an indictment under 18.2 of the criminal procedural law, it does not bar further prosecution. The state has 2 ways that it can proceed against the individuals. One, the state could take an appeal to the Supreme Court. Two, the state can go back and re-indict. Now, when the state goes back to re-indict, there are other pieces of evidence the state could get also to build up the case. And they will even come back with several other charges because that indictment has been dismissed, it's no more on the docket. So they're coming back now with a new, indictment, but now for the same act that the person will have done. But they will have other evidence to bring in. So it does not mean when a case is dropped against the person under 18.2, it means that the person goes free and there's there's a second chance. That is one, if the state takes an appeal to the Supreme Court and say, look, there are records we have to show that we requested notice of assignment for this case. We have been coming, we've been calling, and we've just not, the case had not been able, the court had not been able to assign the case. So the court cannot say that we've abandoned or we failed to proceed. The Supreme Court will look at the evidence and say, okay, well, if it's convincing, they will send the case back to be put on the docket, and then they will go for the trial. If the state said no, I will not take appeal, I want to go back. Maybe the state felt that they will look into the evidence and they said, well, there's something that we think we need to patch up. They can go back, put the evidence together, stronger, go back to the grand jury. If they get an indictment, they can come back now and indict the person. So that's how it is under 18.2. If it was the state that had dropped the charges against them, there are two ways. The state could drop charges against them and say, with the right to refile. That means they can come back anytime. The state could say we drop charges against the people with prejudice. That means they cannot return. In this case, it was not the LDCC that dropped charges. It was the court for failure to proceed. So they still have a way to come back.
And why do you think, seriously though, why will the court, right? I about to put the letter that we have received from our sources concerning LDCC requesting the court say, hey, we're about to run out of time here. Let's look into these cases. They wrote the letter to the judge, and why would the judge ignore or the court ignore the request? What do you think?
I don't want to say because I haven't gone depth into, because first thing, I just speaking generally in terms of what the law provides, right? I cannot speak specifically to the issues because I have to read the motion that was filed, right, to the court, and I have to read the LDCC resistance as well. Sometimes the motion is filed in writing, sometimes it's spread on the minutes of court. So looking at what they spread before the court as a grounds for the court to grant the dismissal or order dismissal of the indictment, and looking at the resistance that was filed by the LDCC, I can make a determination from there and say, well, the judge maybe was in error, whether he overlooked this or not. Because if you remember, I think Swakoko then was charged almost a year, right? I'm not too sure.
Yeah.
So the law provides that when you indict a person this term, you must be able to prosecute the person the following term. If you don't show good cause why you do not prosecute the person the following term, the matter can be dismissed. So
Kev, welcome to the show. I'm not ignoring you, Kev, but I'm happy that the councilor here, we got a lot to discuss, but we're going to squeeze ourselves in to talk about this thing we've been skipping. When we get to the main conversation, we usually don't cover the rest of the story. So, councilor, let's use you and use you wisely here. Are you concerned, especially these are corruption cases, right? The strength of the government to point finger to one, Emma Glasgow, Swakoko, Nathaniel Fallow Miguel. We can name all of them, Samuel Twe. But what the government is not paying, or the court is not paying, the right attention to these different cases, right? Knowing very well time will expire. And that's what people are saying. What the government is kind of like, I don't like it's just okay. Councilor, you've been a prosecutor. You've been representing the state, a very, very forceful one. Talk to us. What this becoming to be a normal thing, Councilor?
Now, there are difficulties in our court system, especially where you have a jury trial. When the term of court opens and a jury is in panel to hear a case, you cannot impanel another jury. We have not been impaneling another jury. In fact, that's a new argument that we're raising, and in terms of the law. But again, when you go to the rules of court, you cannot impanel another jury while a jury is already sitting.
So help us understand what you mean by impanel. Just break that down. Take up from legal terms.
So our courts, our criminal courts open the second working Monday in February, May, August, and November. When the court opens, they set up the grand jury to get cases. Now, those cases that the grand jury take in at that time and come up with indictment, if it's in like now we are in the February term, there are cases that are on the docket from the November term that move to the February term for trial. So when the court opens, they call the case Republic Liberia versus John Brown. John Brown comes and they read the indictment to John Brown. John Brown said, I am not guilty. And John Brown decides to exercise his right on the criminal procedural law to a jury trial, even the Constitution. At that point, you have to now go and get the jury management office to come and bring jurors for you to select. Sometimes it takes 5 to 6 days. Sometimes they take, for example, the Arson case. You know how long it took for you to select one jury, one group of jurors, 15 persons. So you have in that situation where that is going on, no other case will be heard, except in the event the parties decide to go for bench trial. Now, the bench trial is where only the judge sitting as jury trial the fact and the law. So in that case, you can have a jury trial going on, and you can still have a bench trial going on. So normally the jury trial run for Monday, Wednesday, and Fridays, and the bench trial run for Tuesday and Thursday. But where the other party will come, you call the other case and they say they want jury trial. They cannot hear that case except that first jury trial process is completed and they go for trial. So that only one jury sitting, one judge. Sometimes you take 2 months, 3 months on one case. The state could have almost 10 witnesses, or let's say 5 witnesses.
Yeah, but Councilor, I understand all of that.
So those are the issues that the court faced and the court is faced with, because when these cases were assigned, there were other cases also. I think
Councilor, I put this in the chat room, right? I put this. Just take a look, and it's good for us to discuss this. It's in the chat room, Councilor, right? Let's take a look. On the 29th of August 2025, as per our previous conversation with you, they wrote this letter to His Honor Usman Fiaka, the assigned circuit court judge at the time, Criminal Court C. As per our previous conversation with you, upon taking up your new assignment at Criminal Court C, please find below the list of cases the Liberia Anti-Corruption Commission who want you to counter prioritize, right? On this list of cases, 1 is saying Liberia Anti-Corruption Commission, LDCC, plaintiff versus Francis Wille, that's the legis guys, right? Wilmer Smith, Deputy Director General Lawrence George, that's the one set. Number 2, they're saying by and through Liberia Anti-Corruption versus Swakoko Dennis, plaintiff, CEO, Noka Richmond Jala, financial controller, Edmond Massaquet. That's 3, right? It went down to even list additional folks here. For example, you see that right there, LRRC, Patrick Wozie as well. So something strange happening. And like you said, help us, right? If you look at one, Councillor, the first one, talk about Legis, the death of the Legis case. 2 of them were found guilty. Now, Wilmer Smith, we know the story, he's out of the country. They will try him separately. They didn't go to number 2, Swakoko. They didn't go to number 3, Patrick Wozi, and the rest of them. That's what the issue is. But then the court came up after they never received documentation, but say, you know what, we drop charges. Now talk to us, Councillor Group.
So this is what I'm saying to you, right? I don't know exactly what the issues were, and I mean why the court ruled the way it ruled. Because if you look at the Francis Redden case, what the case the Legis case, I think it ran even up to I think November or December or something around there, right? So that was for that was from August all the way through to November. I don't know when it ended. Because mind you now, this is the August term of court. So the August term runs up to it ends around October, right? And by the first week of October, it ends. So the whole month is taken for you to go down to the November term of court. So we needed to see in the November term of court whether the Legis case went into the November term, or there was no case heard in the November term of court for which the defendant came this time around in the February term to ask for
So you understand that? So real quick, I got to leave this thing alone. Who do you blame here? The government? Because you cannot blame LCC now. LCC been requesting for date. Who you put the blame on? I know you say, and we received information, not something I'm praying for. I wish Swakoko well to be on the record. I wish her well. But we received information that she will be re-indicted. And they drafted the re-indictment. Summation will be made. So you are right. They can come back again and re-indict her. But who you put this on? Who should be held responsible for all these cases that this guy's about to draft?
So here's the thing. As per the ruling, it says for failure to proceed. So obviously, the burden will fall on the LCC. And that's why the LCC got 2 things to show that they did not renege on trying the case.
It says argument I just show you sufficient to clear LCC and say we've been pushing this.
You and myself, it's not you and myself can make the case for LCC.
I'm asking our opinion without making case here, brother. Let's stay on as a panelist. I'm asking you, is this sufficient? Because you said from the beginning, listen, they got to prove, they got to show, they submitted something. Now we're having this letter. What say you?
But that was August. That was August. Mayuna, I think Swakoko then were inducted either in the February term or the May term of 2025. So they should have been tried in the August term. So if they're not tried in the August term, then they will be tried for good cause. They will be tried in the November term. If they're not in the November term for good cause, again, you must show why they were not then tried. They will be tried in the February term, which is the current term of court.
So they missed 2 terms. If they didn't submit. So we need document for November and this February.
Yeah, because the letter you show for August term.
August 2025, correct.
Yes.
Now, I think we got to somewhere here. Because it's somebody playing game, and that's the reason why the court say, hey, the government failed to reply. Emmanuel, welcome, Kev.
Before you call him Kevin, Maya, so the LSCC now, the LSCC wants to prove that this is not on them. On it, we'll say, it should take the matter on the appeal to the Supreme Court and give the evidence that we did not renege on hearing this case. The Supreme Court look at the evidence before and can send the case back. Because I appeal, they can reverse the decision of the judge.
I think what you are doing for us tonight is what you are doing for us tonight is very, very important. Somebody in there, when this thing is traveling, somebody intentionally ignore what they should have been doing just to give reason for this decision. But Kev, let's hear you.
Well, let me say hi to everybody. Councillor, let me ask you this. On the Swakoko case, don't you think that the government had nothing, no no evidence or something, and that's why they kind of like neglected the case and just stay back, or they want to use the method of which they did on the what's her name, that case that you trial, the former Chief Justice, that the government reluctantly just let it go.
No, I can say so.
On the Gloria Scott case, that when the government just be reluctant.
No, I cannot say that in this case the government doesn't have the evidence, because the government taken evidence to the grand jury. The grand jury believes in the evidence and built up the prima facie case, and an indictment was drawn. To prove the averments in the indictment now is where you go to trial. In this case, the state had not the opportunity to go into the merits because the case is dismissed on procedural grounds. So only if they go to trial, we will, it will determine whether they have the evidence or not. And yeah, and so now I can't say whether it has evidence or it doesn't have the evidence.
So you're saying they play that, that layback thing the same way they did on the Gloria Scott case, that they didn't put all in and let it just slide.
How? Because no, I don't know, because that
because
case
if the government get the accident, if the government get all the evidence,
in the Shalom Musu case, the defendants were found guilty. It was the Supreme
No,
Court.
I mean the Supreme Court. No, the Supreme Court, because at that time the Supreme Court, right? This government supposed to, when they went to Supreme Court, the prosecutor supposed to be, this government supposed to prosecute the case, but they kind of like drag their feet.
No. The case before the Supreme Court was on the pew. In fact, this government was, I think, was in power or had just or about to be inaugurated or something around there.
It was in power.
When the verdict came down against the defendant in that case, they took a appeal to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court is only responsible to review the records. The Supreme Court says it disagrees with us, right? Why we disagree?
Yeah, I understand that. But who's supposed to push?
I come in now. The Supreme Court doesn't push cases like the lower court. No, Supreme Court takes the case on the appeal and review the evidence. Supreme Court says the evidence we provided, right, was not sufficient enough to convict the accused. That is the province of the court. We cannot take it from them. We can disagree, which I disagree with the with the opinion of the Supreme Court on that case. I believe that I prove a case, but the Supreme Court said otherwise. So
thank you. Let me bring in Manuel just quickly.
In this case, it's about the lower court, the court that has the authority to try the issues.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor, thank you. Dr. Josh, you got anything to add? We just question all these.
So you take 1 hour asking this thing. You get 1 second, 1 minute.
Yeah, I'm the lead moderator. I'm the lead moderator.
You want a man to educate us? You say no.
Kev, you. I'm the lead moderator, brother. Don't get mad with that. You just a helping verb. You know. Go ahead, Dr. Josh.
Good evening to every one of you.
Yeah, man. They went to 1 hour. Sit down here.
And those of you who are watching us on television and on radio stations in Liberia, those of you following us on Facebook and YouTube, good evening to you all. Councillor, you look good. You are in court today. You muted. So all these challenges.
No, I didn't go to court today. I just for work, guys.
Okay. All these challenges that you have enumerated, that you have spoken to, in your opinion, how can this? What solutions you think we should put in place? Because if we keep we keep having cases and it's not adjudicated, I think it's also injustice to keep someone on an indictment or charge people and they don't have the opportunity to go to court. So in your opinion, how can this situation be resolved?
So one of the things that we proposed is that we know that this thing about establishing the criminal code F, right, to deal with corruption cases, and that this thing has been around since 2012, 2013. This idea. So you're talking about 12 or 13 years, ago. But I have suggested, and I would suggest in recent time that look, there's no need to establish criminal code F. And why I say so, today we have two chambers in the civil law code. We call it civil law code A and B. Because of the land issue at the time that were popping up in the country, they decided that they should split the civil law code and open another chamber. They didn't go to do legislation for that. They just used the judiciary, and that chamber was open. So we got two judges. So the same can be done to criminal code C. Instead of passing through all this long process of legislation, just create another chamber that we did to the civil law code and allow two judges to sit at the time. Secondly, we need to think about having two jury trials. That's why you have, even the court can even work on Saturday. The court can work on Saturday. When the judge called for a case to go on Saturday, I have gone to court on Saturday before. So you can have one jury trial for Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, and you can have another jury trial for Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday, right? Or if you don't want to do Saturday, because go up to 12. So you go up to, even in my serial code, they open up to 12. So sometimes the circuit code can do the same. So you do that, it would allow us to hear more cases. So if you have one judge sitting and you're having two jury trials at the time in code A, criminal code C, A, and you have another judge sitting and you're having two jury trials in B or so, or you're having one jury trial and one bench trial, at the end of the day, at the end of the term, you may end up hearing probably almost 8 cases. And then we need to move away from the issue of 4 terms. We need to amend the law. 2 terms, the same way we do with the rape code. The rape code, 2 terms, February and August. So it's the same thing that we're going to do.
We got to move away. We got to go. We're just trying to squeeze something in.
Yeah.
So
those are some of the proposals that I put in, that have been put forward, and we're hoping that it could be granted, and we can go through to ease some of the problem. But that's one of the major problem we have in the court system. We have only one jury trial at a time, and the court sits for 42 days only, except where that jury trial continues.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and I hope that you can keep your second question, Dr. Josh. We want to squeeze in a lot today, so we welcome each and every one of you. Thank you, Counselor. Real quick, we got to announce Abdullah Kamar, the former LTA commissioner chair. He asked for reassignment, and again, he asked for change of venue. That's it. Sorry, the counselor left. He said he want to go back to Buchanan. He want to go to Buchanan because the judge that set him free at first, when that judge was reassigned to Monrovia, the judge set him free. Now the judge is assigned in Buchanan, Grand Bassa County. So he said he feel comfortable with that judge. He want to go back to that judge. The court granted him his request. Counselor, quickly, is this something strange? But you think that's the normal practice? And I know I have to share the document with you whatsoever, but the court granted Abdullah Kamara his request that the case be taken to Grand Bassa County and be removed from Monrovia. You're muted, Counselor. You're muted.
Sorry, there are grounds on the statute that we spoke the last time that you can request for change of venue. You can talk about the availability of witnesses. We'll talk about the prejudices, local prejudices. I think there's another ground. I don't have the statute before me. So if his motion that he presented to the court, it was presented in a way that the court was convinced that the matter should be are taken from Montserrat County, well, there's nothing we can do. If the state thinks otherwise, the state can also go on certiorari for the Supreme Court to review the decision of the judge. Say the judge in error because the grounds that the man gave does not exist. Where's the local prejudice? Where's the issue of of witnesses and all? So if they make a case to the Supreme Court can send the case back, can grant the writ and send the case back, and the case will be heard.
No, they didn't. He was granted it, and the case is moved to Grand Bassa County quickly. The prosecutor, the government, asking the Austin case for them to go in one of those counties because of media pressing and other issue. They are concerned that the case is politicized, so therefore they feeling that they should ask for change of venue. And that's a big case, the Capitol building burning case. And now they have asked for change of venue, and they will be going somewhere else. Yet we have not gotten the ruling yet, but quickly, your thought on this?
I think we spoke about it before, and I think that the basis for which I was laying that we spoke about it before, and we said that they have the right to the government now raised it. It was the government asking for change of venue. So if the government raised the necessary issues in the law, I remember we talked about the issue of the media coverage or whatever the case. Media coverage is not one of the grounds for that, because first thing, the jurors have been sequestrated, so they have no phones. They don't communicate with the outside world from inside the room straight to the court and the court back. So where is the media coverage that will prejudice the case? But again, they are laid before the court will decide. You're off. No, you're muted.
I want to say thanks to all of you for joining us. Listen, we're going to have a wonderful show today. As always, we appreciate you joining us. Brother Russell, welcome to the show, my friend. By the way, I hate to compliment my friend, man, but your haircut looked terrible. So thank God that Rich is here. It's not yet to compliment you, Russell. Your haircut looked terrible. So I'm not going to compliment you. But I want to say to all of you, well, the man looking in the mirror. Welcome to the show. Let's have a good show.
Thank you, brother. It was a great being
Yes,
here.
sir.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Let's start with the Tantalum one. In Crew, they call it Tantalum one, the small thing, right? But this is a big issue. Today, we'll talk about, I like most of the time we just brush off on this other serious issue. So today, let's get back to them. The border issue, we saw Gregory Kuma at the border today. But you're asking, what's the purpose of Gregory going to do to the border? You get 1 or 2 at the border, right? But Gregory shows strength. Hey, Gregory stopped short of going to speak to the Guinean people, even to wave to them. Gregory refused to wave to the people. So the man went on the jaw, right, or what? Listen, I want to be fair, yeah. Gregory is my man, right? I think Gregory went on a mission, right? But this is he carried the reporters for him. What's the status of the border? We call our reporter, you are here for them. As of now, 9:24 p.m., what's the status of the border? What's the status at the border right now? People want to know. But Gregory went there for a couple of hours and he left. I thought he was going to sleep there. I thought Gregory is a general on the front. But guess what happened? Gregory refused to cross the line. He said he's going on the other side. Can you imagine that, Kev? Gregory said he's going on the other side. He refused to go beyond enemy line. And at the end of the day, guess what happened? Gregory turned around. He took the car. He came back. But we'll listen to what Gregory said, though. Because people are concerned. Hey, Greg, we thought you were going there. And for the first time, Emmanuel, I saw Gregory with gun in his hand. For the first time. Or was I mistaken? Was that gun in Gregory's hand? Let me ask Gregory Cousin. Russell, was that gun in Gregory's hand? Oh yeah, but Russell that Gregory Cousin is not a secret. Did you see gun in your cousin's hand, Russell? No, you Gregory Cousin is not a secret. I mean, let's just brush that off right now. Everybody know you related to Gregory. Did you see gun in your cousin's hand, Russell?
Stanton, the chief of police is authorized to carry. I mean,
Thank you. Now I get to know, but did you see gun in his hand today? And my first time seeing it, I don't want to make a mistake. Did you see Him carrying
No,
gun today?
I mean, he's always carrying his service weapon.
No, he carry, how you call it, long guns? That shotgun, the long one, how you call it?
The
Not the pistol.
AR-15.
I don't know the name of the gun, not the pistol, but he carry a handgun. They call it handgun or shotgun. I don't know the name.
There's the automatic rifle or something.
Yeah, can somebody send me the picture? Gregory had an automatic rifle. You say, yeah, that's your cousin. You know him. I didn't know that. Yeah, he should carry a gun, but I kind of surprised that I didn't know he could. I thought when I saw Gregory, I thought he was going beyond enemy line. Have anybody watched that movie, Going Beyond Enemy Line? Yeah, but Gregory stopped shot and he ran back. He came back to time. This is important though. The man stopped shot and he came right back to time. I mean, I was kind of surprised. I was happy seeing Gregory go in there. Gregory told the press and said, "Listen, we will discuss. We'll come back and talk to y'all." Emmanuel, you know what? You know what it reminded me of, right? You know, picking used to run to Cotton Street to see Prince Johnson talking to a man. It reminded me of that time. It just gave me a flashback. And Gregory said, we'll discuss and we'll get back to you. Guess what happened? The man discussed, he took question, he checked up. What kind of general is that? The man check up. No, you know what? Let's start the show. Because, you know, the man check up. Gregory check up. Emmanuel, I mean, I'm surprised though. Gregory didn't say hi to the Guineans.
But why should he? I mean, like.
But the man said he's going to do assessment. Assessment where? You didn't cross the boundary. You didn't cross enemy line. The people in your country, you even go and ask them. I think one or two went and approach the people. He's one or two in his own garage. But Gregory is this American picking here that get beat up. He went, he said nothing, he just go there, he turn around. I mean, Winfrey Russell, who does that? Kev, let me hear you, man, because I don't know whether you watched it today. You were working like hell, Kev. I heard that you were working. They gave you a new assignment, but maybe you didn't see it, though. Let's start with the Gregory at the border. I will play the video there and think. But I was surprised. I like the fact that he went there. Make no mistake. You know what? Yeah, because everybody going there for their own budget allocation. It's on NSA. It's called by NSA. Almost, I'm hearing from my sources, almost $6 million already spent just for that border issue. So let's just come back here now. We'll talk about it seriously. But Gregory didn't go further. He started running under the flag. He turned around. Why?
In this situation, is a police situation or is a military situation going on? We get military and of the Republic of Guinea to the Liberian border. Well geared. Then you take policemen, the IG of police, say they go in there. Hey man. I thought it was supposed to see the chief of staff there or some general or captain in the army or something with the boys them and there. We not say go and shoot the Guinean, but at least to see some strength. But you get Gregory, then he put gun on his back, then he walk in there, the police, nothing else but just chopping. This is serious. This is bad. Is it Liberian people money? Nothing else. It's not a police operation. It's a military operation. We're supposed to see one of the captain or somebody. There's a military force in Lofa, right? Stanton. What the police director got to do with that?
So what's the point? You don't want Gregory at the border?
No, you're not supposed to go there. That's not his function.
I disagree. Gregory should be. I disagree. Gregory, you have a
police operation. It's not a police operation.
I just want to know. Thank you, Kev. Thank you very much.
It's a military operation.
But to tell you the truth, Kev, I disagree with you. You got police in Lofa County. It's part of the assessment, right? I just want to know on a serious note. why Gregory want to do that and he didn't shake the Guinean's hand. Let me come to you, Emmanuel. George, Emmanuel, I disagree with Kev. I believe that once we have police presence in Lofa, Gregory has right to be there and part of the assessment. Gregory is also part of the joint security. Let's get that straight up. The Liberia National Police Commissioner, their IG is part of joint security. So to say that you're not supposed to be there, I think it's an error. Now, I just want to know
what head of the joint security.
Yeah, but let me I say part of joint security.
Yeah,
but wait, let me finish.
When they ask a police operation, it's not the joint security.
But Kev, you finish now. Let me bring somebody else in. I disagree with Kev on the record. 150,000 times. Once you have police, police is in every country. Gregory went for full assessment. Let's be serious. I disagree with Kev. And also, member of the joint security. Am I correct? So Gregory needs to be there. Let's get that. Let's just set that up, right? But, and I'll get my take on this. And I think something good happened today, to be frank. I think something good happened today. We hear from the reporters. You know, when I beat on somebody, I beat on them. But let's be frank. Emmanuel, what say you? We saw Gregory at the border. He went there with some men, he took reporters with him. He went for full assessment. What say you? Let's get serious. I'm not kidding no more. Because Kevin made me very. Gregory, how do you be having over hundreds of police in Lofa County and say, Gregory, the commissioner of the police IG, Russell, not supposed to go there. A member of joint security. So I don't know where I was coming from. But go ahead, Emmanuel, talk to me.
Yeah, first of all, in keeping with the president's statements over the day, his visitation to Guinea, and the conversation that he had with the Liberian people last night, even though not as fruitful of an outcome that he would have expected, yes, it's good to see that the police inspector general of police is at the border, especially if the president is showing how they call it, a peaceful posture. You don't want to send military officers, because that's what the Liberian government is actually have been saying to us all along the time since they started, that they are going to remain peaceful. So in most countries, the police are seen as peaceful. They are seen as paramilitary. They are not seen as those who have aggressive posture. They are able to take care of civil issues as with respect and with dignity and with understanding the situation, instead of the military that gets command and try to follow that command to the letter. So I think that's the reason why we have the police inspector general at the border. But what is the challenge we have here is that we did not see a significant impact of his visitation. If his visitation was to rally the men to calm down the surveillance in the area, to know that one of the highest officials of the National Security Council were visiting them, fine. But I think what we need right now is a conversation with the Guineans, and we did not see the Inspector General of Police in a high-level conversation with the leaders within our area. A reporter told us yesterday that the Guineans military in Liberia were asking for this conversation to be held with the provisional authority in Gegedu. So one would have expected that this team who have taken a bold step to go to Gegedu to have this conversation to understand what was actually happening. Those on soil have said the only person who can have explanation to our actions now is in Gegedu. So we did not see that. But given the stance of the government since this incursion took place, given the conversation that the president had with us last night, I can fully understand why the police inspector general is at the border, because the president wants to show that we won't be belligerent, we are not sounding the war beat, but we allowed our civilian, our paramilitary officers to have this conversation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Russell, let's talk to me. On a serious note, we have started the show now. Let's hear you on this one. Gregory at the border.
I think it's a great thing, Stanton. It was great seeing the police director there, IG Coleman, and with his team. I mean, showing that robust presence. I mean, all of us, not all of us, but many of us on this show talked about and complained about the absence of a robust law enforcement presence at the border. So seeing Director Coleman and his men there, in riot gear and look really like a really serious lethal force, I think that's a good thing. It sends a very, very powerful message. So you back that up with all of the diplomacy that is taking place now. I think the optics look good. Now, whether they should be border patrol officers or soldiers or active duty soldiers or not, that's another conversation for another day. But seeing the Liberia National Police ERU unit there being led by the police director in full riot gear, militarized gear, at that, I think it sends a very powerful message, Stanton. So it was a good thing to see.
What was the message? What was the message? And who received that message?
I mean, the Guineans, I'm sure they received that message. The Liberians too received that message. It gave us some reassurance, that this issue is being handled seriously, that this is no joking matter. A lot of folks I've seen that now. The diplomacy is taking place. All of this backdoor diplomacy, behind the scene conversation, all of those things are taking place. So you remember I've said a number of times that we need to come with or employ the carrot and the stick type approach. It's good that we have a brigade there, a military brigade led by our captain or mayor or some high-ranking officer. That has been set up or that has been done. But in the meantime, we have the police in militarized gear, in riot control gear. Very, very scary, for people who are not used to this stuff. I mean, almost like a SWAT unit, Stanton. There, I think it's good. So the diplomacy is taking place behind the scene. And as Dr. George said, this buttresses the diplomacy that is taking place. So having the police there, and again, it also sends the message that, hey, we are taking a law enforcement approach to this. We are taking the diplomatic route with this, and so we bring in our police, anti-terrorist unit or SWAT unit. So that's great, Stanton. So I'm sure the message is getting across to all of those who are out there, and it's reassuring to many Liberians too at the border and beyond who are watching this and seeing that we are taking this seriously, and we are not going to, even though we are pursuing diplomacy, but we have to show up with some robust presence, and so that's good.
Thank you very much, Councillor. What say you, Councillor Gould?
Well, Stanton, for me, for all of what I understand, I read about the responsibility of the police and that of the military. I don't think the posture that the police RG pulled up over there today was the right one. Why I say so? What we are discussing here is border security, external threat. That falls squarely in the purview of the military. Squarely. When our sovereignty is a threat, it is the military that takes care of that. The military is responsible for national defense. The police is responsible for internal security, for law enforcement and other internal things. It's not to go to the border to even create a scene that could cause provocation. So for me, and to even speak on the security issue at the border, Gregory did not go there to maybe order the investigation of people who were arrested and crossing over, or so maybe they committed some crime. No, he was straight there to talk about the defense of our sovereignty. That is not in his office. That is not in his office at all. When it comes to threat to the border, when it comes to the threat to our sovereignty, when it comes to external threat to our sovereignty, it is the military. Period. Check all around the world. Go check all the military. Go all around. You check. That's it. Police is for internal security. So for me, today there was no rioting, except maybe there were rioting that were going on there. That the police went there to stop, to prevent, or to curtail, or the perceived rioting. But I don't know whether we didn't hear of that. So it was all about people moving, soldiers moving from Guinea coming to Liberia.
Yeah, but let me right there, though. Let's take this step by step, right? And I beg you, Chief. Let me hold you, Chief. I beg you. Let's take it small, yeah. I kind of disagree with you. I disagree with Kev. I partly agree with Emmanuel George, and 100% agree with Brother Russell. That's just me. And I think Liberians you follow it. Be serious now, but we're not many letting draw ourselves. I beg you. And I think Liberians should be glad. We asked this government to give the Liberian people some hope. Councillor, quickly, do we have Liberian National Police station in Lofa?
In Lofa, but now the border.
No. Just answer my question.
In Lofa, yes.
Lofa. My question is that right? Do we have Liberian National Police station in Lofa?
Of course, in all counties.
Okay. Do they work at some time? Are they called to the border to help as joint national security folks?
Yeah, when it comes to joint national security.
Let's move. You say yeah. Let's move. Let's take it step by step. You agree?
Yeah.
This is, listen, I beat on President Boyka yesterday because I dislike the way they presented him, number one. And number two, I dislike some of the things he said in the speech. But today, Gregory Coleman, Kev, if we don't have your attention, then you can come back after you finish watching the soccer game. Tonight, I would say to everyone, I believe that Gregory Coleman did the right thing.
So
the reason why 50%, I will come to you, Chief. The reason why I say I agree with Emmanuel George 50%, Gregory Coleman who have gone further a little bit. Maybe go shake hands and go and see what the people to outboard and make sure that I myself I engage the people and this is where they start. Are you getting me, Russell? I myself I engage the people. They probably want to do anything. Listen, I'm the Liberian National Police Commissioner. I'm here to do an assessment. These are the Guineans. We're right here, okay, they honor the flag, but just give us something like that. That's my only disappointment. But Gregory Coleman have all right to be at that border. So let me tell you, to assess 1 or 2 and his men. Make no mistake. So I am surprised that you tell me that the Liberian National Police are stationed there, but the men that head the Liberian National Police shouldn't go no far. And shouldn't go to
I didn't say no. No, I said the posture.
Brother, not you. Hold on now. Put your finger down. I'm talking about Kev. Kev said the men are so go no far at all. That's my point I'm making here. So let me give it back to y'all, right? Because we asked the Liberian people. Now we'll go step by step as to what Gregory said and his mission at the border. We can hold Gregory to go further. But Greg, every Liberians should be happy that the government is listening. That we tell the puppet says Princeton Hall. Send somebody there. The puppet said the police RG. The government is listening. Then we'll sit there and say, oh, Gregory shouldn't go there. Allah. Allah. Nah, man. No, you're putting partisan thing aside, man. Let's beat on the government for beating on the government's sake. Let's beat on the government on substance, man.
Yeah.
And I hope that, yes, sir, I rest on this one. I am.
You know, it's the situation, Stanton, where we say, damn if you do, damn if you don't. It's like,
my wife is, listen, what I see that what I say, and I know very well my head at, right? But for people to come here and say Gregory Coleman shouldn't have gone there, no. Let us Gregory Coleman say, my thing I was saying, like Emmanuel George said, he should have gone beyond enemy line and shake the enemy hand. Then we say we are very peaceful. Then we say negotiation is in the making. Then we say the people are hopeful. But if Gregory Coleman choose not to do that, we yet for him maybe, but to say he shouldn't be in Lofa and he shouldn't visit the border, tomorrow we're breaking our fast. Let me call Allah.
Thank you. So the argument is not whether Gregory Coleman should not go to the border. No, that's not my argument. My argument is that first the posture, second, he spoke about the security situation at the border. Everything's under control and blah blah. No, that's not his area. When the police go on the joint security operation at the border, they are there for intelligence. Ask all the military people behind the scene, don't go on the show. They will tell you. When it comes to that was threatened national defense. The police cannot speak to national defense issue. No way. So my point, he going there, no issue. Because it was a joint security operation. But to grant an interview, to speak on the security situation at the border when the police under that arrangement is for intelligence gathering. And to also do investigation on people who may have committed other offenses.
Councilor, I beg you, I don't know
what I disagree with you.
I don't know what it meant. I don't know what it meant, John. I don't know what the Chelsea man came on here because we really don't want him. We're okay to be found on the show today. But Councilor, let me say this to you though. You saying the man can go there, but he can't. Did you listen to this interview? The question and answer, did you listen to it?
Stand on, play.
Councilor, did you listen to it?
Play, play.
No, I will play, but did you listen to it, Councilor?
I listen, and you play.
Kev, Jefferson, welcome to the show, my brother. Kev, let's hear you.
Stanton, and some of us grew up under the 6th Infantry Battalion, right? We have seen military operation. I grew up there since I was 3-4 years old, the 6th Infantry Battalion. So we know exactly those things. What he was supposed to do there is what they call confident patrol. That's what some of the joint people who serve at the joint security, you understand, are telling me right now, because I think Stanton, I think he's not getting it right. He's supposed to go to ensure the people, you know, in some other areas, some other time, not to the point.
You say, I'm not getting it, but you the president say Gregory shouldn't go there. Now you say him go ahead and show. What the hell are you talking about? You tell me, I'm not getting it. You said Gregory shouldn't go there. Now you say people texting you. No, hold on 1 minute now. No, hold on 1 minute. I will give you time. No. Let's tell the Liberian people where you coming from. Hold on 1 minute. Hold on, you were talking, baby chief. I wanted that Liberian people to hear you well. You just said before, and Liberians here careful, that Gregory shouldn't go to Lofa. He should never be on the way to Lofa. After we beat him to that argument, he said people texting him. They texting him, telling him, but Gregory's supposed to go there, Kev, you're wrong. But he must go under this code and under this line. Are you serious, Kev? Stop telling them to stop texting you, man. Tell them to tell you more. Because this is ridiculous. You're on the show and say that people texting me. Kev, go ahead. Listen to them. Tell us what to say. Go ahead.
Okay. It's okay, guys, especially Emmanuel and Russell. It's okay to disagree with Stetcher. It's very okay. What I said, it's not his role.
I want to provoke you for you to leave the show. Let me provoke you for you to leave. I hope you can leave the show. So go ahead.
No, yeah, I'm going nowhere. And this is, let me repeat what I said. This is a military operation. Gregory should not be at that border. No way he should be there. He should go as what is saying a confident and support. Let me read exactly. Confident support. What he's supposed to be doing, he's supposed to be
reading the people text.
Oh, sure. I just say this one member of ground security are saying that's not he ain't get nothing to the actual word is there, he ain't get nothing to do with that border thing. That's not a rule. Exactly what Casino
all hands on deck. All hands on deck. That is part of the hands.
what he was supposed, his role is to go. Let's say the people in the city are panicking or doing something like Benjamin City and this. Let's go there. Patrol around, give them confidence, right? That's why they say confidence support. But to go to the border and speak, that's not his role, and that's why folks who serve in the joint security are texting me and saying, "No, you are wrong, Stanton. You are wrong." And Russell, Emmanuel George, call some of your people. You should know some people. They will tell you.
Tell them to come. Tell them to come. Tell your people that texting you to come. They are former joint security, but thank you, Kev. Let's move on quickly. Let me play Gregory at the border today.
It's okay to test Stanton is wrong. You don't have to. Let me tell you.
No, it's okay to tell them I'm wrong, but I don't disagree with you.
He's wrong. He's wrong on this one.
That's not
his role.
Okay,
a police officer, let me tell you, lastly, security operation, including the military, the immigration, that whole nine, and you see them there, you call it joint security operation. But the man say police boys there who can be behind him. Hey,
thank you. Kev, thank you.
You are going to go where?
Kev, thank you now. Thank you. Let make progress. And I just want to say to all of you, I'm about to play Gregory at the border, right? Then we'll go to Dr. George, Brother Russell, and Jefferson Chester will come in. Folks, today is a beautiful day. When the government mess up, we tell the government. But when the government do something better, we should say that. Gregory present today at the border, we should applaud it. We should celebrate it. And we should ask, don't we open the phone line here, folks? Please don't call yet. But we should also ask that Gregory, or we should have seen Gregory going a little bit further. That's what I'm asking for. But Gregory present at the border, morale. The people at the border were hopeful. They saw the presence of the police IG. Who else is going to go to that border? As the government worked on diplomacy, we were asking for boots on the ground. AFL will be at the border. The chief of staff will be at the border, if you don't know. The defense minister will be at the border, if you don't know. They don't all have to go there in one adjoint security. You have immigration at the border. You have custom at the border. Now you get Liberia National Police at the border. That's how it works. So I don't know who texted my brother Kev. I hope they can come and talk for themselves. Don't go through Kev. But let me play this. Bunch of cowards. They're going to clap because they're scared. Then they will text Kev and say this. They're scared. They're getting money for the government, so they don't want to expose themselves. They're scared. They are kiri. They talk in the back, and they use Kev to talk for them. But let me play Gregory Preston today.
How you doing? So, President, we talk to you later, but let us just assess the situation, get detailed briefing, then we can be able to talk to you. But so far, so good. As far as we know, we have the situation under control to a larger extent from the diplomatic angle and on the ground tactically here with the officers who are in charge with this operation. So we ask you to back up to that side, to our briefing, then afterward we can have speak to you more detail, okay? Will you be engaging the? No, that's all of the questions are from now. So, gentlemen, please.
So you listen to phone. You listen to RG. Listen to RG. We'll get the briefing before we get back to the meeting. They want to be live.
Journalist.
into the game. On his breath.
I think that was beautiful. I really do. I think that was beautiful. And we're asking Liberian people what to make of this. Quickly, let's play this video.
Just arrived at Solomon Port of Entry. This is TV Live, bringing you information. It's Solomon Port of Entry. The RG just arrived to Solomon Port of Entry. As a matter of fact, we are around 102. We are around 102. IG is the National Police. The Director General of the National Police just arrived. The IG just arrived at Solomon Port of Entry. This one TV Live bringing you the updates from Solomon Port of Entry. Welcome. You see, the convoy just arrived at Solomon Port of Entry. Welcome. We are here. Now you see. What's going on? Know what's going on, but we are here.
Yeah, you not do.
Welcome. Here's the IG. All right. That's all my port. Bringing you live from the door. Here's the IG card.
Let's come to you, Emmanuel. You just saw the entry of Gregory. Like, I agree with you. He should have gone further. We'll listen more. We'll watch more. We call it a reporter. But I think that this is about peace building. This is about inspiring hope, reassuring the people. Now the president spoke. And this is about telling the Liberian people that, hey, listen, the government is with you. We are here. You know, we are working the back diplomatically, but we are here. Our president here. So talk to us.
Yes, Stanton. Again, I hope my dear brother Kev listen to me very carefully. You know, it's not about that you cannot oppose Stanton. We have done it several times on this show. It's about the thinking of the government. We are analyzing situations so people can understand things. It's not to come up and be fighting everything all the time. But I'm speaking to the thinking of the government. Since the beginning of this crisis, President Joseph Boyka have made it clear to the Liberian people. The Liberian posture will be a peaceful posture. The Liberia is not going to take a military stance. Even with the speech the president shared with us last night, he was very clear to us as Liberians that being peaceful was not a sign of weakness to him. It was a sign of strength. And that he was clear that the Liberian government was pursuing all avenues to make sure that this come to a peaceful end. So seeing the police director at the border instead of the chief of staff of the armed forces or the minister of defense is in line with the thoughts of the president. The president thought is that we should be in a military position. we should make sure we continue to take a peaceful stance. And that's what I'm speaking to. I'm speaking to the mind of the president and the government of Liberia. And I believe that the government also missed the opportunity today. If our stance is peaceful, and if the Inspector General of Police had traveled all the way to Solomba port of entry, then what's stopping from having engagement with the officers? He said he was clear. He clearly stated that he was there for two reasons. One reason was to assess the situation, and then after assessing the situation, he was going to give and to get detailed briefing of what was happening. That was what the Inspector General of Police told us, but I did not witness him assessing the situation from the other end. Assess his two sides. It's not on the Liberian side. I expected him to have taken a foot forward and having a conversation as the other officer did yesterday, having a conversation with the Guinean, or even taking it further, going to Gigadu, where they have asked us to go to get answers as to the reason why they are doing this. Perhaps there is a rogue element in the Guinean army. I'm not saying it is, but perhaps there's a rogue element in the Guinean army that is not getting instructions as have been portrayed by the Guinean president and the chief of staff of the armed forces of Guinea. That they have asked the people to return to Guinea. That they are not doing it. Is there a rogue element in Guinea? That's the assessment I expect the Inspector General who have gone to Gigadu to ascertain what was happening. It's good that he has made it to the border, but we're also expecting to take another foot forward. So again, the president is clear as to how he wants to handle the situation, and I do understand from the president perspective why the Inspector General of Police, one of the members of the National Security Council on the civilian end of things, is being sent to the border and not the staff or the Minister of Defense.
And I agree with you, seriously. I do. I think we can discuss this more. Russell, I don't want us to be repetitive, but we're going to rest on this when we get to Jefferson Chelsea. We got a lot to discuss today, especially the border issue. Our reporters will bring us up to date. But Gregory being at the border, I think it is gradually changing the narrative. We know that the Guineans are on the Liberian soil, right? But the president of the AFL that will be going to the border, the president of other national security folks that will present themselves at the border, it's reassurance, right? It is being telling the Liberian people that be hopeful. The government is here. The government is not dead. Talk to me.
Yeah, Stanton, again, not to be repetitive, as you said, we're looking at this from various angles. Each country has its own security protocol in place. Okay, so there is nothing, who determines whether it is the military that should go to the border or the riot police or SWAT police or whatever, who determines that? Okay, so the police and Gregory Coleman, they are all part of the Joint Security Task Force. So they make the determination. The border is patrolled by border guards, border patrol officers that is subsumed within the immigration, the National Immigration Service, right? So the police presence there is to support, is to help. So there is nothing wrong with it. I think this is great, and I disagree with you, Dr. George, that again we are taking this very robust posture, but diplomatically. I think that had the director of police, had he gone across the border, we don't want to be provocative because they are being provocative. It doesn't mean that we have to be provocative. We're being very responsible. We're being very mature. We're being very diplomatic, but we're going to show our presence. So I think where he stopped, I think that was good enough. That shows some presence. That showed that we're not there, ignoring what's going on. And as we've said repeatedly, this was very reassuring. If you look at the United States, for example, if you look in Texas, right? I think you are familiar with Texas or live there or so. El Paso or Brownsville, all those border towns. Okay, I mean, you have the Border Patrol that's responsible for the border, but you have the police, whether it's from Brownsville or a lot of those border towns, that are there to back up and support the efforts that the efforts of the Border Patrol. And that's almost the same thing that these folks are doing here. We have our own security layout. We have our own security protocol. So in this,
thank you. Russell, thank you very much. Listen, this is a big one. We gotta get into it. Let's listen to man, you don't pass your ball yet. So let's listen to Chelsea. And then we'll start quoting you Antonio Law once you pass that as a Chelsea.
Thank you, Stanton. Thank you. Well, Stanton, my take on the visit by the police inspector general today, for me, I see it differently, right? The armed forces of Liberia primary role is a standard or border defense. The armed forces are governed mainly by the National Defense Act of 2008. And that act gave the AFL the primary duty to defend Liberia territorial integrity and sovereignty. That is land, air, and sea. Also, it gave them that right to protect our international borders and to defend this country against external aggression, insurgency, and cross-border attack. That is the primary responsible by law, by the National Defense Act of 2008. That is the army responsibility. That's what we're paying them for. The police is for internal issue to protect life and property, internal control of law and order. That is the position of the police. For Gregory to take himself and go to the border today, to me, it was a waste of taxpayer money, and it was not necessary. And I can understand that. Gregory was just working on I think, Chris in the police the other day, and Ellen sent him to Harvard do one crash program. He came down in 2017, the main police commander. He was not even police commander, inspector general for more than 1 year when we went to election. So he doesn't understand policing, and I think he acting out of incompetence, and we can understand that. If he goes to the border, it adds nothing, it subtracts nothing. What we need at that border at this point is the army. That is the job of the army according to the Defense Act of 2008. The army is there to defend the country against external aggression, insurgency, and cross-border threat. And this is exactly what we're facing now, cross-border threat and aggression. So the army should be the one to go at that border to interact with the Guinean soldier. And who is responsible to do that is the commander-in-chief, who is supposed to instruct the army to take this action to safeguard our borders and give our citizens around the border some semblance of comfort and confidence in their government. Until we can do this, then no amount of police presence down there can help. It's not police duty. It's not a job. Except you go in there as a joint security force, then we can understand. Because if today the police go, tomorrow DEA could go. Then the other tomorrow, maybe fire service won't go there too to see what's happening. Then it's a waste of taxpayer money. It shows that the government is confused. They don't understand what to do. They don't understand governance. They don't understand how to run the country. Because if DEA goes there tomorrow, then fire service got to go. Then Moravia City police too want to go to the border. Then where are we heading? Where are we heading? So police presence down there, yes, we agree you went there, but it was not necessary. It's a waste of taxpayer money. That money should be allocated to mobilize themselves to go at that border and do their jobs.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Councillor, you want to add something?
Yeah, so I mean that when it comes to external aggression, like what happened in Lofa, it is the duty of the military. Clear. That's national defense, not the police. If the police went there, is on a different arrangement. The people, you know, it is about is what should be and what it is. What is and what should be. What should be to the military. What it is now, from what we understand, is that the military has not been deployed there at all. And so because the military is not deployed there when they're supposed to be deployed, that's why the police director, went to beef up forces with the immigration. But the first line of defense on that borderline is the immigration. When the military comes in, it's a bigger force to the immigration. Then our military will move in and take control because that is a line of defense. That's it. That's general. What happened now is a different arrangement. My point is he's supposed to be there. The person who should have been there today speaking to those people will be the chief of staff. That is the duty of the military. But the president choose otherwise. So far, it's what the president choose than what we know should be. So the president has a wisdom. He decided to do it diplomatically. Well, that's it. That's him. I mean, he's a commander-in-chief. He orders the army to move at any time. If he choose not to, fine. But the work to defend the national sovereignty of our country is in the office of the military and not the police. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me say this. Then we got to move on. This Gregory visit is very, very unique. I think the president, my sources and our conversation today, like Emmanuel just said, done everything to de-escalate. If they ever go to that border, whatever the case may be, but let's talk about Gregory Cuomo, president today. Gave hope, morale strong for the Liberia National Police that are there, that in Lofa, assess the terrain, and come back with findings. All I needed Gregory to do to go further. Maybe cross that line. No, let me say my own. Don't shake your head back. We don't do that kind of talking here. Let me say my own. I beg you.
I even forgot I once said that one. You can't do it.
Yeah, but you cannot interrupt. Let me say my own, please, Chief. Yeah, needs to interrupting each other in the court, so you won't bring it on the show.
Yeah, my friend, you
know what
can
interrupt people here.
They don't let people interrupt you.
You have disruptor. You know what? So sometimes you guys can forget that I have the mute button and to remove an add button. I'm the lead moderator. So how you guys will tell me say I'm on tour with your center? You're very because I say Gregory President that is unique. You know what I mean? I mean, they don't have to get mad. Let me just say my own. Y'all will say your own. Yeah, that because I say Gregory President that was unique. I appreciate the fact that we asked for the president to speak. The president spoke, Wilfred Russell. We asked for boots on the ground, and Gregory showed strength. He went there. We asked to go and give the people hope. He went there. He gave them hope. He gave them hope. Two things happen here. Diplomacy, right? And I want to ask anybody that can do this better. I got frustrated when I saw my Uncle Joe presentation yesterday because of the presentation. But he said something in there that was unique. But let me say this to everybody. Two things happening here, Russell. Diplomacy, with what Gregory is doing, and the AFL will go there, and other people will go there. Or we put AFL there and AFL will flush the Guinean people out. Let me pause for a minute. Let every Liberian tell exactly what they want. Now, you see the councillor running away because you do not want to be part of this thing. Diplomacy. Russell,
I'm still here. I'm monitoring. I just took my camera off.
I'm going to take that butter off, man. That butter to make it be the dual witness. Diplomacy and bring more in the back and giving hope to the Lofians, something that Gregory did today. And I'm happy, I'm proud that they are listening. And anybody that's sending me text messages, come on the show and tell your own. Don't send me a message to talk for you. Come and tell your own. The show, yeah. I don't let talking for people. I let for people to come and tell their own. But let me say this though. What do you prefer? Do you prefer diplomacy? Or you want the AFL soldier to go over there and open fire and start war? Dr. George, Emmanuel, let's answer this and we'll ask the people. We'll go to the phone now. Let's take a vote today. What really the Liberian people want Joseph Braga to do? And I will say this again. We have a situation at the border. We have a serious situation at the border. We ask the government to send people to assess the situation. They are sending folks. The AFL will go. The Liberian National Police went there. Just security going. Do you want the diplomacy that has been in the back? Or the president sent me text message laughing. Thank you for watching the show. I'm calling your name. Do you want the diplomacy that in the back with the president of the Liberian National Police and all the members of joint security? Or do you want us to send AFL to flush the Guineans out? War. What do you think, Emmanuel George?
Well, we want the diplomacy to continue, but the situation we have on hand is a situation where we Liberians can clearly see that we are being disrespected. And the president may have to draw a timeline with the Guineans on this issue. It's been 3 days now. They are still on our soil. Our president flew to Guinea to a meeting that was convened by the president of Guinea as the chairman of the Mana River Union. At the end of that meeting, we got assurance with a signing of a communique. We returned, and the very next 8 a.m. the next morning, Guinean soldiers incurred into Liberia, and they have been in Liberia for 3 days. So yes, we respect that diplomacy is continuing. We respect that this conversation is happening. But I think the president will have to draw a timeline, either with his military officer, with his National Security Council. He have to sit with them and draw a timeline. Because each day the Guineans remain on our border, the president appears weak. Each day he continued to have this conversation, and the Guinean soldiers at the border are saying that—
I agree with you. We need to set a timeline. Set a timeline openly or privately.
No, he need to set the time. In my opinion, he need to set a timeline with the National Security Council.
Correct, but
and
not
gradually
openly.
establish.
But not openly, correct?
No, not publicly. We can
Okay,
continue the
no.
conversation, but
Beautiful, I
we
agree.
should set a timeline.
So you and myself seem to be on the same level today. I hope I thank God. I know where you went at today after work. But we're on the same level, and I do appreciate that. I think the president needs to set a timeline with the joint security and national security. Is that something you buy into, Winfrey Russell?
Yes, Stanton, and I'm sure that is being done. I have no doubts that is being done. All of us here, we are pundits, we are analysts. We look at the issue from different perspectives. So we come with our own experiences, life experiences, and all of that. But as far as I know, I stand corrected. But I don't know if we have any security analyst or security expert here. Okay. And so a lot of these things that we're talking, a lot of these things have been happening. They're currently happening behind the scene. What is happening now, Stanton? It is called muscular diplomacy. Okay. And I think that's beautiful. So we are backing it up, whether the AFL is coming, the immigration, all of these joint security teams are coming together. They all don't have to come together, at one time. So, this is beautiful. This is good. So I'm sure what Dr. George is talking about, these are things that are currently taking place now. And like he said, publicly, when you ask him, Stanton, we don't expect that Gregor Como is going to come and share the whole timeline, the blueprint with us.
Let me ask you a question, though. I believe that Gregor Como never took upon himself to go to the border, Emmanuel. Gregor Como is part of the joint security thing. It's something that they agree. I can't go further than that. I want to stick to where I am. But he never took upon himself to go to that border. He was given instruction. But let me ask you quickly. Do you think, Emmanuel, seriously, then we'll go back to you. Do you think the Guineans would take that spot? or do you think they will give it back to Liberians? The fasting finish on Friday or so, wherever they enjoy appear, how they call that thing? Whenever they appear, they will start fasting. But what do you think? The moon, right? That's the moon, I believe, that they're waiting to appear, or the sun, something of that nature. Somebody correct me. But Emmanuel, do you think the Guinean will possess that place? They're done. That's it, or you think they're going to withdraw? Everything you're hearing, what do you think?
Oh, I believe they're going to withdraw, but it depends on how they're going to withdraw. That's the thing. Are they going to withdraw within their own satisfied time frame, or they're going to withdraw based on pressure from the Liberian government? But I think they're going to withdraw. I think they are making a statement. I think that statement is not only weakening President Boyka, but it's also putting Dumoya in a position where other West African leaders now are seeing him as someone that they cannot have a serious conversation with. So surely the gentleman that he sent to receive the president, his how they call it, prime minister, is a very seasoned negotiator, very, very seasoned one. And I'm sure right now he may be speaking his ears about that.
You know him?
Yeah, I follow his records. Yeah,
okay. So the same question to you. You think the Guineans going to withdraw, Russell?
Oh yeah, eventually they're going to withdraw. There's no question about it.
Okay, Kat, let's bring you the same question. You think the Guineans going to withdraw? Do you want war, or you want the diplomacy and the president of some boots on the ground, Cap?
Is this better? Something, if you were the president today of Liberia, you will not take it. Just for example, you see how we disagree with you and you pull us down? You say you pull us down? Quick, you take us from up there, you pull us down. Imagine if you were president today. You know what will happen? Guinea Kanye out place. I'm gonna stop that thing, man. Why on the show?
Wait,
why on the show? Why on the show?
I mean, I kept telling you, man. I kept telling you. Catch it.
They pull her down.
Oh, down, yeah.
You were not taking.
Exactly.
On the show before the man. Are you on the show before the man?
Oh, yeah. Because they disagree with him, man. I'm demoted.
You laugh. No. Okay, let's try something. Let's try something. Kev, hold on 1 minute. Because you let it lie. I beg you. Russell, can you take yourself out? Can you just remove yourself and bring yourself back?
Hey,
let's see your position. My hands up, Russell. Can you do that? Then Russell, come back. Let's see what you'll be. Oh, you think it's simple? Yeah, okay. I demoted you. You're talking Tabata. Okay.
That's so good. Are you a president today?
I'm the first president today.
Still a detector.
Yeah, man. We take this on the serious. We see my time. Demote you.
But let me tell you, man. It's for me. It's not what I think, right? It's what I hope for. I'm hoping more than what I'm thinking. Yeah, I'm optimistic that the guys will end up moving, even though I have reason to believe that they have other intentions than what we may just be seeing, right? But I'm hoping that the matter can be resolved and our territory can be given back to us, and we can create a better security wall at that place than what we have there now. I either wanted to disagree with some lawmakers going there, but I think the Committee on National Security and the Committee on Finance, who have been a very good, and Defense, who have been a very good committee to go there and assess the area and see what is actually needed to protect that place in terms of budgetary allotment, maybe a war or whatever the case, to avoid any future encroachment if and the matter is resolved. What will be needed in the future? So, for me, I'm more hopeful, really, that the matter will be resolved.
Thank you very much, Jeff.
Yes, Stanton, thank you. So yes, Stanton, look, nobody in the country want confrontation. We don't want war. We don't want any form of aggression on the border. Liberia is tired. We really want peace. We want to move our country forward. All we're saying, let's just do the right thing. Look, we will not succeed diplomatically if we don't show some amount of seriousness at the border. We need to move the military there, not to confront, but to provide security for our border. And I strongly don't believe that the Guinean will leave that place if we don't show strength. I don't believe they will leave. Because as far as we see today, we see that they're even bringing in some of the custom officers and everything at that border. So we need to do the right thing. The army is the one responsible for that. They allow them to do their job instead of police going for photo shoot. All Gregory went for today was to take pictures and to show that he's working. That's not what we want now. We want the government to continue to engage Guinea diplomatically, but at the same time, let the army do the job. Thank you, Stanton.
Stanton, tell a second. I beg you, Stanton, tell a second. Let me remind us. 1985, we had a group of people left Sierra Leone to come and use a certain things that happened in that border to enter Liberia. We know what happened in 1985, right? 89, they used the Nimba border and come. A certain people will see this as an opportunity to come in and do something will be bigger. So when you put your military there, if somebody out there, because there's a history, people using our border to destabilize Liberia, that led certain things in our country. We know that. So with something like this happening, you will get some people who will be sitting there and say, oh, we can use this as an opportunity to enter Liberia and do what we want to do.
So my question to you, because other folks joining us, Cap, do you think the Guineans going to leave?
No, they're not leaving. They're not leaving because why? Because why? It's they bring in the immigration. They're there, and in the next coming weeks or this, they'll be building the infrastructure. They'll be doing. They're not leaving because in Guinea, in Conakry, ask anybody in Guinea, there are people telling the government to go and take their place. That's their place. They're on the radio. They're on the streets. They're there. They're saying it. The government is doing exactly what the Guinean telling them to do. It can change. So never. They're not going to leave. They will not. Mamadi is not leaving. Period.
So guys, this is where we find ourselves, and we got to say to all of you, right? It's very serious to answer this question. Kev and others saying the Guineans will not leave. I am confident that I know that they will leave. So after the rest of the guys speak, Nelson is here to give us update as well. We'll go to the phone line. Don't call yet because we want to hear from you. Do you think the Guineans will leave? Do you think they will leave? At some point, the puppet is working. Diplomacy, diplomacy, diplomacy. We asked for Joseph Boakai to speak. He spoke. I didn't like the presentation, seriously, but we passed that now. But he spoke. Diplomacy. We asked for some person on the ground. It's just not one or two. Gregory went there today. Gregory was present on the ground today. And I personally applauded the effort that Gregory went there. I think it was unique. I think it was very, very unique. So more to come. The question remains, you as a Liberian, do you think the Guinean is going to leave that place? How long? I said, welcome to the show. I see Yeke Koluba is coming on. Fubi, welcome. We'll make progress. I said, let's hear you.
Well, thank you, Stanton. So let me put it this way. The government lied to itself and the government miscalculated. Had the government listened listen to quote unquote critics, apparently they could have taken something good from there. We kept saying this over and over. That diplomacy is good, but there has to be a presence of deterrent for the country. Let me hope that the Guineans will leave. Now, as they have been saying over and over, that they will defend every ounce of their territory. And now they are where they are claiming to have. I'm struggling to see how they will leave where they already are for some other reason. I don't know. I'm praying that they leave. I'm just praying. I'm hoping. But the government should not have made the Guineans have a foothold there. It's almost like if you are moving and you move, you're in a house, to move from there again is difficult. The day we all were here talking that the government needed to engage this left hand for left hand, not on war, would have been the best time to take a decision. Now it's like, let's negotiate, move. No, can't move, we'll be there. To answer your question bluntly, Stanton, I don't want to be too much certain to say they will not leave, but I will be very skeptical to believe that they will leave. Not because they are there, but because of everything that have been happening time and time to this day. Things they've said. The president visited Guinea. There was some big book they were holding. They said they signed some kind of agreement. The next day, Guineans came. Normally, who is the cause for all of this confrontation, went to Guinea. When he crossed back to the country, the Guineans came. So the question is, what else beyond the presidency will make them leave now? If they could have left, anyone who have thought that the day the president met their president would have been the start process for their leaving. But unfortunately, our government came the next day and told us that the movement of the Guineans was the start of the operational process for withdrawal, and the people still there. That's why we consistently ask our government to be forthcoming, to be transparent, and try as much as possible to remove politics and propaganda into this national security matter, which is important.
But again, let me push you a little more, right? And you are quite correct. That's the reason why we're having this conversation. You are optimistic, though. It may not be 100%, but at some point, the Guinean going to leave, right?
You know, I'm optimistic they may not leave, but I'm praying that they leave. That's what I want to make sure you get it clear.
Okay. All right. Let me bring in Fubi. Fubi is good. Fubi is good that you joining us, and then Nelson will bring us up to speed. The representative Yaka-Koluba District number 10 is joining us as well. So Fubi, let's hear you. What do you think? Gregory went to the border, and I say you never spoke about Gregory at the border, so maybe we'll come to you with that. Gregory went to the border today, and I think I appreciate it. But the question that we asked him before we move on, folks, let me just announce this quickly. We have a 911 recording concerning Uncle Sam and his wife when they were in McDonough, Georgia. There was an incident that involved 911. I will play that recording tonight. I want everybody to hear it because the government of Liberia through Greg Coleman have given Uncle Sam 72 hours to come up with finding whether they're going to indict him or not, right? But yet it's still 72 hours, we do believe expired today. We have some issue also about the birth certificate and the autopsy report, which we are hearing is inconclusive, excuse me. So again, we're going to talk about Uncle Sam briefly today. Fubi, let's go back to the border issue. Gregory, he was at the border, and do you think this, after all the diplomacy, the Guinean will leave? Fubi.
Yeah, so good evening. I look forward to a good show. So I'll just go back to the 17th when the Ministry of Information released their press statement saying that the arrival of the Guinean troop on a Liberian soil was the beginning of the withdrawal process. And they also put that in the president's statement. The president read that yesterday, the 18th. Today, the 19th, the police director goes to the border. He couldn't even reach to the borderland. So the withdrawal process is still on. So I think the withdrawal process is in reverse mode. So I don't see the police, I don't see the Guineans moving from that point. Only some kind of force will take them from there. If they use their diplomacy, the diplomacy brings some force, fair enough. But the Guineans, they tried that same thing with the Senegalese. The Senegalese flushed them in no time. They tried that same thing with the Ivorians. The Ivorians flushed them in no time. That only Liberians are only giving a first letter. And we sitting down and saying, "Oh yes, we don't want, our diplomacy is a show the sign of strength. It's not sign of weakness, it's sign of strength. It's a power past strength. So that the strength that we're showing is not equal to the power that the Guineans are exhibiting. So we need, like I said before, we need to reach out to external forces to help. If we know that our military cannot do the job, that's why it's been.
You do not believe that, or you, Fubi, do not believe that the Guineans are going to leave. Is that what you?
I don't think they will leave voluntarily. They will only some kind of force can take them.
Are you calling for military force?
We need military force for them.
Are you? Don't say we. Not all. Oh yeah. Well, I don't need military force. I'm asking.
For you.
I'm asking Fubi. Are you calling for military?
I'm calling for military force. We need external force to help the air to deploy the Guineans from that place. We don't. The Guineans will not move at will.
Thank you very much, and that's your opinion. And I just believe that diplomacy and we ask the Liberian people what they think. Nelson, bring us up to speed, and we'll go to the phone line. You were at the border today. Your famous picture with the UN, the Omar Hamed, and everything. Thank you for going in there with your Omar Hamed. But it's good to have you now. You're home. Thank God. Bring us up to speed. As of today, what's happening? They get a button on your computer. Yeah.
All right. So yes, thank you, CEO, and thanks to the entire team tonight. Like you rightly stated, we were at the Liberian-Guinean border today, and the first thing is that prior to our arrival at the border, I did take notice of that entire corridor, the towns and villages leading to the border itself. And what I noticed was that from Foya, leading to the other towns, before getting to the border, there was normal activities going on. I did see students from the Taylor High School in Foya, to be precise. They had just, CEO, can you hear me?
We can hear you, we're trying, but you get a bad feedback. This sweet sound like that coming up. I don't know, but we're hearing you. You say you saw student activities happening. You got your fan on? Turn your fan off if you don't mind, please.
No, there's no fan on here, but it's raining heavily. I think that's why the feedback. Yeah. So I did see students.
Just get to the point. When you guys were at the border, right? Did Gregory go beyond the border? That checkpoint, did he go beyond?
Yeah, he did go beyond the checkpoint that has been mounted from the Liberian side.
Did he speak to the Guinean military?
No, from what I saw, he didn't get to the Guinean side. But
did you ask him why? Did you ask him why?
Yeah, we didn't get to we didn't get to engage with them at that very moment. But after the entire
he came back under the Kobo shop. They all asked him why he didn't reach out to the Guinean military.
Yeah, he did say that the situation is being handled between the two countries at the moment.
Okay.
We asked him about the cordiality between the both forces. He said the both parties are moving on very well. The Liberian security personnel do engage with the Guineans at times. So the cordiality is there, but they are engaging this thing from two fronts, which has to do with the from the diplomatic end, and of course from the military perspective as well.
So my question to you, because you are at the border, were you able to see the Guinean military while you were at the border?
Yeah, we saw the Guinean military while at the border. They were a bit distance. They were a bit away from us. And what is happening there now is that we attempted even going across to see how best we could have some sort of engagement with them. But the protocol is such that you have to firstly get authorization from the Liberian troops deployed at the border.
So
and
to
then
confirm,
next,
they are in Liberia. The Guineans are in Liberia.
yeah, they are partly into the Liberian soil. Yeah, that's the situation. And then we another thing to note is that we also spoke with some of the residents of that place. They were there yesterday, and what they told us is that though the Guinean troops are at the very port of entry, that famous place I was saying, but the Guinean flag has not been hosted, and the Liberian flag is not posted as well. So the place is still open.
Joseph told us that. Joseph, your colleague from Lofa, said the same thing. So the port is empty, but the presence of the Guineans, so the Guineans are still there. I'm hearing that you guys also maybe we're talking off air. I believe other folks will be going there. Overall, how did you feel being at the border, seeing the Guineans in Liberia, and seeing the Liberian National Police present at that spot?
Yeah, it came with mixed feelings, because it is not a usual thing, especially so seeing Guineans soldiers at the border, especially at that point. And then the other side of it is that the situation is not as tense as a lot of people will see it too, because one would think that once there's another deployment here, there should be gun firing, there should be tension, altercation, but we didn't get to see that this afternoon when we got there. The folks on the Liberian side, we saw some civilians as well, some of the youth leaders and all of those guys, they were at the Liberian side, no tension, but it's just that we still have the some of the folks from the Guinean military at that very port of entry.
So nobody crossing at all. Real quick, finalists, no one, whether from Guinea to Liberia to Guinea, no one crossing at all, correct?
Yeah, absolutely. No one crossing. No one is allowed to cross.
Nelson.
And yeah.
Thank you, Ami. Thank you very much for being there today. We do appreciate you and the rest of the guys, Joseph Bono as well. We want to say thank you, Nelson. All right. Thank you for hanging with us. Yeah. I want to say let's go back in studio. This is very important. What Yeket? Yeket disappear. Where is Yeket? Guys, now you listen to Nelson. I will say to you though. I think I like what folks are saying, seriously, and I do appreciate each and every one. But before we go to the phone line on this topic, let's bring in Yeket Koluba. He's back in the country. He's been monitoring this a lot. The representative, District number 10, Moserado County, Yeket Koluba. Welcome, Representative Koluba.
Thank you. Why you didn't introduce me as a noise maker?
Welcome, noise maker.
Thank you. So, Stanton, let me say good evening to your colleagues on the show. And Stanton, we need to be very frank with the Liberian people. We first need to tell the Liberian people that from my information, from my survey that I have done, that place is for the Guineans. Remember what I'm saying today. Mark this and remember it. We had an argument today. We were plenty. People from Lofa were there. And people from Lofa know very well that that place, when you look at the map, that place is in the yellow. That particular place the Guineans are is in the yellow. People from Lofa are aware, they are informed, they are convinced But let me tell you what's part of the situation, Stanton. You know, the people doing money, Mr. Bwaka is doing money on the people water. And that was brought the problem. The first time the people seized the machine, they went and talked to the people gave them the machines. And they brought it. And the people know very, very well that that play is not for Liberia, from my survey, from people I sat with, from Lofa County, senior officials, they know it very well. When you look at the map, that particular portion of that place is in yellow. It's not in the place from my information. I may not be right. But in those days to come, keep this recalling. People will say, Yeke said it. Let me tell you why Gregory went over there. Gregory didn't go there because he was sent by national security. Gregory went there because just within a space of less than 2 weeks, from a source, reliable source, the government have used $30.5 million US. How can they justify the money that have been used? So they have to stay Gregory there. You think they don't have competent and trained AFL people to go over there? They have it. But the money their commanders are eating is not being given to them to buy resources, to buy other things, to give to the trained AFL people that they got here doing evasion. They have trained manpower that can go. Guinea can do nothing to Liberia. But the resources for the manpower that on the ground were there, Gregory put in your pocket. Gregory went over there because he's supposed to be there. Gregory is supposed to be inside. The AFL is supposed to be manning the border along with immigration, not police. And listen to Stanton very well. But you know, before this saga finished, Stanton, and let me tell all of you on the show, the government will tell us to use nothing less than $5 to $6 million US for that situation. That's why they're carrying the situation the way they're carrying it. Mr. Bwaka should be very frank with the Liberian people and tell them, say, look, they play have not been for us for long, but we've been using it and we abuse it by putting people there to mar to the place. That's what provoked the people. You can't take the people there. From my source, I may not be correct. From my information, I know my information is correct 100%, because from people I sat with, senior hierarchy of Lofa County, and we argue it. They told me, say, you can look at the map. Look at the place we're talking about. It's in yellow, Stanton. They're not telling you the truth. What provoked the Guinean was the money that Mr. Bwaka and people doing there. And look, Dumuya no money more than Mr. Bwaka. Dumuya, he no money more than Mr. Bwaka. But he think the way he brought Billy go give a store to eat and cook the Lebron Paul eat, that's what he want to do Dumuya. Dumuya said, no, I know money more than you. So still don't waste our time. That place, the Guinea will not be from my information. Thank you.
But thank you very much, Yeke. We gotta wrap this up. It's very important to know that everybody involved, we have our own thing. Yeke, are you on? That we need to take some calls quickly. We need to know what the Liberian people think, and we'll switch up to the Uncle Sam case. We got some development in this case that we need to talk about. And also, I want to say a beautiful Thursday here from my end. May God bless you as you join us. This is the Spoon Talk. Yeke, can you come on? Question we are asking, or maybe you heard from Yeke. Yeke, to tell you the truth, the government have opened an investigation. We read the letter from the Information Ministry, right, Russell. The government saying BK, Interpress, and the rest of them, Emmanuel George Wright, they have open investigation. Investigation is open. Therefore, guess what? They will get to the bottom. I spoke to my sources. Some of this thing you are saying is 100% true. They are alleging that people in the government, right, did some businesses that was very bad and caused the Guineans to get angry, and that's why they are retaliating. So the diplomacy issue is so unique, and we should discuss it, right? But I disagree with anyone that's saying, well, we should remove the, I disagree with Fubi, because Fubi said that we should remove the Guinean by force. I disagree with my brother Kev Hassan that the Guineans are not going anywhere. I do believe that they will go. But let's get to the phone now. Let's go to the phone now. Quickly. What's your Go ahead, Russell. Russell, you want to say something? Russell, you allowing the woman to talk? Can you mute yourself? Okay. So Russell, mute yourself now. Thank you. So let's go ahead and go to the phone line. Quick question for you all out there. Do you think the Guineans going to leave the Liberian soil? Yekezi.
Okay, let's talk to this person. Hello, your name and where you join us from? Hello? Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Yeah. Good. So how are you?
I'm okay. Let's hear you.
Yeah, I'm of the conviction that they will leave from there. Yeah, I'm sure that from now or to next week, like that, or anytime, let's say in a week time, by the grace of God, it will go back.
Okay, thank
Yes, yes.
Thank you. Let's hear this person out. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
My name is Henry Ukia from the Puebla.
Let's hear you.
The Guineans, my brother, they will not move from over there. Reason why our father guy, he been money over there. The people want to see that machine from them. All the first check the machine. Why do we go for that machine? Yeah, we couldn't go over the machine. Then the people crash. For that time, other than the people move over there. Saturn, I believe you. That people don't move over there.
Thank you. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
I'm saying, hey, Johnson, calling from the West Johnson area.
Let's hear you.
My aim here is what to be careful what to say. Better do not make use the opportunity to incite violence. Bring your people back there who does not can't say from A to Z. So that's a big issue. That's how we should do it. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello. Let's hear you. Let's hear you out. Your name and where you join us from?
This is the Oracle, and I call you from Magic.
Go ahead, please.
The panelist. I think this is just the test. Liberia have won as a non-permanent member in the Security Council. I think this is just a test to see whether we are the master somehow. But I want to appreciate the president of the thing. And let me let everybody know they are present in resolving conflict. So the police may go, like they don't security settings, they don't go when you want to start issue with force. So if you go from now to 2 months, you'll see the pressure of the army. But these are these things, but these don't diplomatic. The police will go there. They don't army will do the last. You don't just take army to report if you want peace.
Thank you.
The army will go. Thank you very much, Chief.
Thank you. Let's talk to this person. Hello, your name and where you join us from? Hello?
Hello.
Let's hear you, please.
Hello.
Hello, let's hear you.
Hello.
Okay, call us back.
All right, so let's do this. We got to call up on 609-649-4206. The numbers are up again, 609-649-9690. We'd like to hear from you, both the international and the local line. Talk to us, what you think. Let me take this one real quick. Your name and where you joining us from? Yeah, your name. Can you speak into the phone, please? Your name and where you joining us from?
Mr. Taguruka calling from Maryland County.
Thank you, Maryland County. Tagun, talk to us. Do you think the Guineans going to leave?
Yes, I believe that the Guineans will leave each other. They are trying to, observe maybe the Liberia connotation, but saying that we are using the means of diplomatic, I believe they will leave.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chief. Thank you. Your name and where you joining us from? Your name and where are you joining us from?
Stanton. My name is Dennis. I'm calling from Minneapolis.
Dennis, do you think the Guinea is going to leave?
Actually, they will leave, but it have to be on a simple and agreement between the government of Liberia and the government of Guinea. But the Liberians need to understand that too much of talking by themselves cannot solve the problem.
Thank you.
The Liberian government need to engage properly. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Your name and where you joining us from?
Hello.
Yes, your name and where you joining us from?
I'm Saki Pay, joining you from Philadelphia.
Talk to us. Do you think the Guinea want to leave?
The Guinean will surely leave, and let me please inform you people, they've tried to educate us. Y'all go back and check the 1912 map between Great Britain and France on Liberia.
Do you have the map?
The map is in the library.
Do you have the map?
The map is in the library.
My man, I'm not in library. Send me the map. Send me the map. Let me put it up. Okay, thank you. Thank you for calling. Well, library, you're waiting for the data. Your name and where you joining us from?
My name is Emmanuel William. I call from North Carolina.
Emmanuel, talk to us, my friend.
The Guinea will go through a diplomatic, means.
Okay.
That's what I believe. But if the Guinea refuse to go, to be honest, I know a lot of people saying that, the ground forces. One thing I will tell you, Stanton, how beautiful your jersey is, that will make you the win or game. Liberia, I saw Gregory today, he moved, move. And I was impressed. It shows strength.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, let me talk to you. Your name and where you joining us from?
I'm calling from Chicago. How you doing, sir?
All is well, Chief. Do you think the Guinean going to leave?
It depends how the government handle the whole situation. Because right now, for the approach, for the initial state, the way they approach it is how the Guineans, taking it to be. So if the Liberian government reacts,
well, everything you have seen now. So just talk to me. Are you optimistic? Do you think after the fast month they're going to leave?
They might probably leave.
Okay.
It depends. Yeah, they might probably. It depends what the government do.
Thank you for
what I
calling,
want to say.
Yeah.
What I want to say.
Yeah.
If the government cannot investigate whatever money they were doing over there, it's going to be a big problem because as I learned from Territorial Gonglo,
I'm about to play the Territorial Gonglo thing. I will play it.
Money going on in the international law.
Yes, I will play it.
Or letting the other person know about the money.
I will play it. Thank you for calling. Your name and where you joining us from? Judas, that you betrayed Jesus Christ for 30 pieces of silver? No, not you. Go ahead. Oh, your veteran, right.
My brother don't know Labio. All the Ukraine told you Labio, all the Jews have been Labio. Then they go to high school, he gets a club from high school, recruiting in the army. Then they come and focus on the airfield, but more equipment for the airfield. Okay? The airfield need more equipment, more weapons, just in case anything can happen. Yes.
Thank you.
You have to prepare for people. You're not getting mad.
Do you think they're going to leave though?
The only way they're going to leave, they come and assign the airfield to the border.
So you don't think they can leave through diplomacy?
No, they can't leave. They're very high.
Thank you. Your name and where you joining us from?
Yeah, I'm calling from Massachusetts.
Yeah, go ahead, my friend. Talk to us.
Yeah, I'm very disappointed with Yeke Koluba. Always bad-mouthing Mr. Bwakai. I'm very, very upset with Yeke Koluba.
Were you upset with Yeke Koluba when you used to bad-mouth Joey?
Look, I don't care about Joey. I care about Bwakai.
Your name and where you joining us from? Your name and where you joining us from?
Hey, Stanton, how you doing, man?
I'm super, man. Talk to man. Where you joining us from?
Yeah, my name is Charles B. Doe, and I call you from Michigan.
Charlie, talk to us. Do you think the Guineans going to leave?
No, absolutely. They're not going to leave.
Seriously?
Yeah, because the way our government approaching the situation.
Wow.
And Stanton, you said something that rather shocked me. I was so disappointed. When you said you saw Gregory at the border, that was a morale. This situation is not about a morale. The AFL, like the councillor said, Jeff said, by law,
Jeff is not councillor. He didn't take the exam yet.
I'm talking about the councillor.
Councillor Gu, okay.
Councillor.
Yeah, they don't make the man happy. Thank you.
Excellent point. The army is there to protect the territorial boundary. Greg go do TikTok at the border there.
My man, the man go do TikTok, man. The man show face. He said, don't ask it do yeah. The man do TikTok. I said, I tell you that thing. I know you asked it do, brother. Your name is Charles Doe. Maybe you got the man go do TikTok. Your name and where you joining us from?
Hey, Stanton. This is Gerald calling from Chicago.
Hey. Yeah, go ahead, my friend. You live.
Yes, Clinton. In regards to the
I mean, you calling me Clinton, my name is Stanton, not Clinton.
No, Clinton. I'm sorry for that. Clinton, the Guinea have to.
And you still call me Clinton. My name is Stanton, not Clinton.
Oh, Stanton. I'm sorry for that.
Thank you.
The Guinea, they have to leave that land. That land is for the Liberian people. So we can just sit, supine and allow the Guineans to just take that land.
You know, even
do you think diplomacy will work? The puppet using diplomacy now?
Oh, you know, one thing I would like to say, you know, there's time for diplomacy and there is also time to show strength. You know, even though he's trying the diplomatic means to see how best he can get our land back, but we can just sit supinely and not doing anything.
Correct. Thank you.
You know.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Chief. Thank you for calling. Thank you a lot. We do appreciate you. Your name and where you joining us from?
Austin Dennis. I'm calling from Phoenix.
Austin, talk to us.
Actually, the Guinea will leave. The Guinea will leave, and then we will have a diplomatic issue kind of. But one of the things is that our president keep on postponing or keep on talking to these people because we want peace.
Thank you.
Actually, we just want peace.
So you think what the puppet doing is good?
Yeah, what the puppet doing is good. It's okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So let me take this last call. I beg you can see. Then we got to go back in studio. It's 7 p.m., 11 p.m. in Liberia. We got 30 more minutes. Your name and where you joining us from? Do you think the Guinea is going to leave? I'm talking to you, my friend. Do you think the Guinea is going to leave?
Hello?
Yes, I'm talking to you, sir.
You see the Liberian going to leave?
The Guinean, will they leave the Liberian sword? Will they go back home?
I want to ask you a question, Mr. Senator. I want to ask you a question.
But you didn't answer my question, sir.
No, I just want to ask you a question before I answer your question.
Okay, so ask me tomorrow when you come back on. Your name and where you joining us from?
My name is Farafin, joining from Austin, Texas.
Yes, my friend. Do you think the Guinea is going to leave?
And this is what I know about the Guinean involvement border issues. Every time they've ever had an issue with any border, they've always been right. And for this line about Guinea being involved with Senegal or Ivory Coast incident. So the Guinean government, every time they cross the border, they always come out victorious. It happened in Sierra Leone recently. It happened in Senegal in the 90s. It happened in Ivory Coast in the 60s. They're going to walk again victorious.
So they're not leaving?
I don't think we'll be leaving. If they believe it belongs to them.
When they were in Sierra Leone, did they leave though? Or I thought they left.
No, they didn't leave.
Oh, they stayed to that spot?
Yes, the Sierra Leone ministry agreed. They're the one that trespassed on the Guinean land.
Oh, so Sierra Leone getting the land?
Yes.
Oh, Lord. Okay.
I can send the video. I'll post the video.
Can I send the video? You got my number. Send it on WhatsApp. Let's see it.
I will send the video to you right now.
Thank you very much, Chief. It's good that we have different views and different information. We want to say we appreciate every one of you joining us today. Someone talk about Tewangonglo. We're about to get there. Then I want to hear you. Do you think Tewangonglo is right? We start with the representative. Let's play the video quickly.
But what is the cause? The cause that we have heard unofficially is that some people in this government were mining gold and diamond in that water. It's a violation of international law. When there is a river, any stream, any water between two states, for you to carry on that kind of operation, carry on mining operation, it has to meet the consent of the other country. It is a violation of our law. And so I'm calling upon President Baka, stand for him to launch a serious investigation. A very serious investigation. And anybody who is found to have violated this international law that brought Guinea and Liberia nearly to war to be held accountable. If it is a minister in his government, that minister should be dismissed. If it is someone in the other branch of government, that person should be prosecuted. It was an act of treason. Something that will undermine the sovereignty of Liberia. If President Baka does not do it, then he's complicit, and I will launch a campaign for his impeachment. I'm very serious about it. We will not allow anybody to undermine the stability of Liberia. We have not even recovered from the effects of the war. We are still trying to rebuild our country. And for the greed of some people, they want to put us in trouble for no reason, for their pockets. Government is meant for the people. Service to the people is not meant to fill pockets. That's why I always say government is a place to serve, not to steal. This is a call I'm making at President Baka. I'm very serious about it. Even he wants to put me on that special commission to investigate, I'm prepared. We have to reach to the bottom of this. It's a national duty. He better not fail. If he fails, then he's part of it. We'll hold him accountable. and then we'll launch a campaign for his impeachment. This is my message to President Bwaka and seeking the support of the Liberian people. We have never had conflict with any of our borders. It did not happen under Joe. It did not happen under Taylor. It did not happen even with the rebel factions during the war. It cannot happen under the government that the Liberian people expected to display the highest degree of maturity in governance. This is my call. I thank you very much.
This is huge. This is big. Dr. George, let's hear you before we go back to Representative Yeke, and then we'll do the quick round. But Dr. George, you heard from the councillor, Terrell Gongolo.
Yeah, Councillor Gongolo is a political leader of one of the political parties in Liberia. He's an honorable gentleman who served as the minister in the Ellen Johnson Sirleaf government. So message from him is important for us to hear. The challenge is that our reporter that reported from the border yesterday reported on the issue of sand mining. He could not verify whether there was mining of gold or diamonds on that river. So it's good that he asking for an investigation, but the evidence we have had so far from the reporter of Spoon that visited that area yesterday.
The reporter didn't give you any evidence, though. You cannot say that's an evidence. The reporter didn't give you any evidence.
No, from the conversation with the reporter yesterday, the issue he had was around sand mining. So we have not heard, I have not heard about this issue of gold and diamond or mining within that river. And hopefully, this is new to me. This information is completely new to me that Councillor Gongolo shared. But Councillor Gongolo is an honorable man, and he asked for an investigation. And I think the president should launch that investigation. And if it's true, there is a member of our government that is undermining the nation state, then that person should be prosecuted. But so far, with all that we have heard, it has been centered around sand mining. So this is new information.
And I think that's why the information ministry came out and said, hey, we open investigation into BK, Interpress, and the rest of that. Right, Yeke? We read our letter here. We did, and I'll put it up again. But the government said prior to the president's speech yesterday that there was an investigation, the open investigation. This is not it. I'm going to find it. Yeke, investigation is ongoing. I mean, it's kind of like bigger than any one of us can imagine, though. You were speaking to it, but at the time, Councillor Gongo spoke to it today, and a lot of people are concerned. Somebody in the government, company, and as alleged, they're calling Francis Yemane name, they're calling Tomo Fala brother name, all these allegations on prominent people in government that they were operating to and fro from Guinea to Liberia, Liberia to Guinea, mining sand. Yeah, okay.
Stanton, it's not only about money sand. That's what I want us to understand today. It's not only about money sand. The 30 machine, Mr. Bwaka, the 30 machines, Mr. Bwaka brought, he said his friend gave it to him on a gentleman agreement. You know what those machines are? Those machines
they said the man took it back.
Bossman, they said the man took it back. You show the evidence. There's a bigger platform.
No, but let me right. No, Yeke, let me right. The government didn't buy its 32 pieces. They didn't buy the 32 pieces, Yeke. They gave it back to the owner, right? They said we cannot. They broke the agreement. It's in his letter. We read his letter yet. Now, if you choose to sell it to anybody, that's not the government business. Whether he took it back to South Africa, whether he sold it to somebody in Liberia, that's not a conversation. But the government gave it back to him.
So can I go ahead now?
Please proceed, sir.
Thank you. I insist and maintain that the government did not give the machine back. Mr. Bwaka sent the machine to Lofa County. Stanton, the fact that Gregory Coleman went over there with the police today, he killed the country spirit. Guinea respect the country no more. Guinea respect the country no more. Right in over here, ever can be police. They talk about Pogo do a photo shoot. State we need to be sure with the country. State we send people out of the country that in the AFL that are well trained that can solve the problem over there. Are we giving the money to those people that we're giving to the defense
Are you calling for war? Are you calling for war?
No, I'm not calling for war.
But what you
the
want?
fact that you will have AFL in the foyer stand alone. And the news know that AFL in the foyer stand. Those people know that we're serious.
You said no. What do you want, Yaka? What do you want?
You know what I want?
What you want?
Police job to go to border.
What you want?
It is immigration job to go to border.
The immigration are there.
Stay no, let me learn now. You want to be spokesman for the government?
No, don't do this now. The immigration are there, Yaka.
Yeah, you want to be spokesman for the government, then you want moderate the show. So let me talk. Can I go ahead?
We listen to you, man. The other people gotta come.
Look, if they don't want to send the immigration, they don't want to send the AFL. Immigration is to be to border, not police. The fact that the police went there today, it killed the spirit of the government. You send people to America in the AFL to take training. Why you can't buy arms to give it to them? Why you can't equip the people? They got trained people. But instead, before the 2 weeks situation finish, you know why they put running anything like this? You know why other people even going there? Because they want to justify why they must use $10 million. Because before the thing finish, it'll be up to $10 million that the government has used.
Thank you. Okay, let me bring in the rest of the guys. So let me bring you in quickly, guys. Let's do a quick round because we got to talk about Uncle Sam. And Joseph Braga visited the Senate today. We want to update our folks. The president asked for 3 to 4 things today when he met the senators. We got to give you those information. Rob Russell, I disagree with Yeke on this, man. You don't want war. You don't want diplomacy. What really you want? He cannot answer. But let's go back to the Taiwan Gongo clip.
Stanton, I do agree with you too. I profoundly disagree with Representative Yeke Kaluba. I don't agree with him at all. So, we cannot be speaking from both sides of our mouth. And one of the things I'd like you to do, Stanton, is that go around the horn, ask everybody, maybe 30 seconds or 60 seconds, if you were the commander-in-chief of the Republic of Liberia, what would be your solution to this problem? What would you do? Because you're right. We said the president should speak, the president speak, we get problem. We said we need a robust security presence there, we got problem. So, let us hear, it's easy for us to sit on these platforms and say a lot of things that many of us have no knowledge of, okay? And there is no problem, as I've said before, there's no problem. The police as part of the joint security apparatus, there's no problem with the police going there. And I think it's a good thing. It is great to see Gregory Coleman and his team in full form, like they were today. So there was no problem with that. As I mentioned before, this is called muscular diplomacy, and that's part of what we need to be doing. I agree with what Councillor Gonglu said, and I think Emmanuel was one of the first person to bring this up, I think a couple of days. We need accountability. We need to find out what went wrong, what happened. Okay, we need to do an investigation. So there's no question about it. Some sort of after action analysis as to what happened. We cannot go back to this, right? But what we are now, I think the government is doing its best. We need to rally around the government. I will not support impeachment. And I know everybody is trying to politicize this issue and look at it from all different political angles and all of that. Is the government are doing some good things. They've listened to us on this platform, and a lot of the recommendations that we've come up with, they've implemented them. Okay, and if we still have some concerns, we bring that up and they'll implement that. But I don't think this is an impeachable action. And
Taiwan said, sorry, let me correct you right there. Taiwan said if the government failed to investigate, Yes.
I heard him well. Yeah, I heard him well. I still don't think it is, if the government, I would encourage the government to investigate. We need to know what happened.
Yeah.
Why did we get to this situation? But I don't think it should lead to impeachment or should warrant an impeachment.
Thank you. Let me bring in my brother Jeff Chesson.
Thank you, Stanton. And still again, to Gregory's visit, I said that visit was useless and he should not have been there. It should have been a joint security operation and not a police operation. Gregory went down there simply to do photo shoots and he got what he wanted. He did not go there for this purpose of what is happening at the board. In fact, he had no business going there. It is not a part of the joint security operation. So coming to what Councillor Gonglo said, I think I do support it. And he was clear. He said, if Bouaka does not investigate the cause of this incursion or this aggression on the Liberian soil, then Bouaka is complicit. Complicit means he knows about it, he sanctioned it, and he supported it. And I agree with that. Bouaka is fully aware of what is going on in Lofa at that border. He's fully aware. Do you know it was from that river? Do you know it is from that river they got all the sand to build his $10 million mansion in Foya? That's where they got the sand from in that river. Bouaka is also aware that his nephew or whoever is mining minerals in that water. He's fully aware. Bouaka knows exactly what's going on. The machine that was seized by the Guinean, Bouaka has an interest in it. He's fully aware that the people are mining in that river, and that is why you see today the Guineans are angry and they're taking over Liberia. And trust me, Stanton, though people are not leaving anytime soon, they will not leave that place because they know that Liberia has no capacity to reclaim that place. And we're not showing any seriousness, in fact. Don't tell her about Bouaka spoke. Bouaka spoke, he spoke nothing. Listen to the entire speech he read. Nothing substantial in that speech.
Thank you.
Nothing substantial.
Thank you.
We are not going to leave that place anytime soon.
Councillor?
So, Stanton, I listened to Councillor Gongolo, and I think even though he talked about gold and diamond, but there's no dispute on the information about sand mining. And sand is part of the natural resources. So let's be clear about that. It's one of the largest, I think, next to water will be sand. So, but the issue he raised was if an investigation is conducted and it finds out, it establishes that people were actually mining gold or diamond in the street, in the river without having the consent of the other country that led us to this point, and the president does not take action to have those persons fired if they are in his government, his branch, and if they are in other branches to have them prosecuted, then he will consider him to be complicit, and at that point he will move to campaign for his impeachment. That's a clear English he spoke. But I want to make it clear, Stanton.
No, I understand English very well.
Well, my member, a big member. So, Stanton, we have to make it clear, right? Clearer than clear. I hope that the Guinean leave. I'm not too sure, but it's my hope. As to Gregory being there today, whoever sent him there is up to the leadership of the country. Should Gregory have been the one there? Square no. The action taken by the Guineans, does it amount to encroachment on our sovereignty? Yes. Does it amount to external threat to our security, our borders? Yes. Who is responsible to defend our national sovereignty? That's the military. So it's not who is there now. It's who's supposed to be there And if I were the president, I would have my military on that border. Now somebody said declare war as no. It said defend. Our constitution does not talk about you going to attack somebody. It says defend. And to defend our national sovereignty, we need the military to be there because that's their job. So they will be there to defend our territory, not to go and attack, because that's self-defense. Somebody move into our territory, cannot sit down and just look at it. Yeah, diplomacy work. But like I said today, you could go to the ECOWAS court too. Go sue Guinea and let the court satisfy this matter. And if
Thank
the
you.
court and nothing happens, then we have to put the force of the military, and the military gives a force of the president to rally militias because the constitution gave authority.
Thank you.
To defend the state, we will do it.
Thank you very much, Councillor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Kev Hassan.
Muscular diplomacy. You sending the police there, you say muscular diplomacy. Hey, Fubi, my man. I know where my brother Russell will come from. You sending the police, the next time you send the boss car there, you say muscular diplomacy. No. I said it from the beginning. My brother Stanton said he disagree with me. Councillor Book got me there, explained it well. Jeff explained it well. And I don't know where my two well-learned brother up there, Emmanuel and George, and then there's still the first line of defense. If somebody, a foreign force invade your country, it's your military. Not some police acting like a GI, holding gun in back, walking, acting like some kind of GI. No, that's fun. You're playing fun.
That be show.
This is all about money. Who going to get their own? It just got. It just got. That's all. The commander-in-chief, which is the president, should give a clear order to the chief of staff. Clear order. After they left that day, after the withdrawal and went back, the commander, the president, who is the commander-in-chief, supposed to get order that put our men there. Then we'll start to talk. So when the Guineans see across the river and see able-bodied men, they will think in their head that don't mess with our country. They fought 14-year war. They get some strong people there. Then you will talk. Then you will sit on the table and you coming from a point of strength, not weakness. But when you put police there, the Guinean people, they're laughing. They're laughing. You say, look at them. Very unserious people.
Thank you,
No,
Kev.
no, spend on 30 minutes.
I gotta go to. I think they need 30 minutes. You don't even have 30 minutes.
30 seconds. Councillor Gu said it well. I think everybody should go on that line that what Councillor Gongo said. Now I can say yes, he was speaking with strength. So if you don't call out his nephew, his family member, who is the Internal Affairs Minister, who went and provoked those people for them to come into Liberia, then he should be impeached.
Asido, let's hear you, my friend.
Stand up. To our people listening, you don't need to take everything we say to be politics. For some of us might not be on earth for a long time, might not have been on earth for a long time, should I say, but we've managed to understand how things work. And Councillor Gu, you could have said it better. So, if you are listening, what we want you to do, find an internet anywhere, go to Google, type in Google, what is the difference between police and army? Just type in Google. Now, you don't need to go to big college to see it. Just use your phone, get internet, type in Google. What is the difference between police and army? Let me read it for you. Police maintain internal order and enforce domestic laws to protect citizens, while the army defends the national sovereignty against external threat. What was Gregor Como doing with Red Eyes, Google, and so what was he doing there? Let me go back.
Photo shoot.
Police maintain internal order and enforce domestic laws to protect citizens, while the army defends national sovereignty against external threat. Why was Mr. Gregor Kumar there with camera so, then he talking? Why was he there? And people, it is very sad to see President Boakai, who many thought had this extensive experience of national governance, to be leading our country this way. And I want to quickly end on something Yeke said, which is very important. We are not stupid here. Yeke said the yellow machines that President Boakai brought was not sent back. Let's use our common sense, not book sense. We all lived and we saw the lady from Ministry of State on top of the vehicle driving yellow machine from NPA to wherever it was parked. Has anyone seen that same yellow machine driving from wherever it was parked back to the port to be sent? Nobody has seen it. But somehow, some way, somebody wants us to believe that the same machine that we saw driving got on a ship and was sent back. Nobody's stupid here. We have always asked that the landed councillor, Tewa Gonglo, speak like a man. He just did. But I will only add one thing to it. President Boakai must dismiss Yomali discussion. Because what we are going through today is because of greed for which it is happening.
Thank you very much, Asif.
Needs to wake up.
Asif, thank you. Thank you. Fubi, let me hear you because I want to say something quick. We will soon be leaving, folks. We want to appreciate you.
Mama, you're not saying something until you close. No, you're not saying anything.
My picture behind the yellow machine when they're leaving. Fubi, let me hear you, man. Talk to us about.
Yeah, so quickly on the one Gongolo stuff, the government already announced that they're going to do investigation. So I don't see the reason for which he raising that as an issue and talking about impeachment. But whatever impeachment is talking
they should take an action. If you don't,
let the man talk. My man, everybody can hear what I said. Let the man talk.
Stated that it will do investigation into the same money on the river. So whatever Gongolo saying, he just saying it for political issues, and that's I got no problem with him saying it, but I don't think it will even hold water. The issue about the borderline and the Gregory Como got no business going to the border. AFL should be at the border. AFL has the mandate to protect the country. If we feel that we cannot protect our country, we can ask for external support, military external support. We can cut money from our budget and allocate it to the national defense and support the AFL adequately to defend your territory. You can't be talking about soft diplomacy, muscular diplomacy, and police showing strength. Police show no strength. That's weakness on our part. And we feel as a nation, we have told ourselves, we have exposed ourselves to the whole world that we cannot protect ourselves. And that's why we're playing the whole thing. When we're small, when you see a strong man won't flock you, you bring the sense, say, it's my man, can you send? Because you know when you waste that sense, it will flock you. And you tell them, oh, I'm a lover, I'm not a fighter. That they post us there. That let's say we're talking about diplomacy, because we know we can't do it. And it's fair to reach out for the support that you need. Guinea will not move from that point as far as Guinea is concerned. And the issue about we should go consult Guinea to mine sand on the Liberian side of the border, we don't need to consult Guinea. That's our side of the border. If we're taking sand from our side, we can't go tell Guinea that we're taking sand. If Guinea wants to do, Guinea should be asking us and reaching out to us and say, we observe this. What are you doing? Not to come and bring the military across the river, plant their flag, go back. On the 15th, their president said we will take all our land, we ensure that. On the 16th, our president and Territorial president went there, they signed a joint communique. On the 17th, the Guinean came back to the border. Our information ministry said that was the withdrawal process. On the 18th, the president spoke and said that was the withdrawal process. On the 19th, our police director went there. He still see the Guineans there with their immigration. The Guineans even brought their immigration across to tell you that they are ready to sit and take administrative decision at that point. So we're joking as a country. We are not protected, and the president should be afraid that we have this kind of state. It's a security threat to himself as president. So besides the ordinary Liberian, he should be very well aware that this is a big security threat to the entire nation. So nobody should see this to be something a little, fun thing and say, oh, the Guinean, we're showing strength, soft diplomacy. He can call the president of America, let him call a friend and speak some beautiful English and say, look, we need your support to get the Guineans from our border. That's the soft power he should be using. Call. He should call the friend from Nigeria, Tinubu. He should call a Ghanaian president. They got other African presidents. Call them and say, look, this is the point we got to move. I need your military support to beef up my AFL because we can't make it. The guy that I sit down up that topic, he giving me a hard time. Come and help us solve our problem. But the Guinea will not move from there. As long as it is the posture that Liberia is carrying, Guinea will not move from there. Guineans will only understand a real force to take them from there. And that's what we need to leverage on as a nation. If you're afraid to go there, support from other countries of Europe.
Thank you very much. I totally disagree with you. I think the Guineans will leave. We don't bet on this show. But I think when we go in our chat room, we can place a bet. This is an embarrassment. The Guinean will not say that. I think, listen, let us say this. Very common person today at the border was unique. I appreciate that. I do believe that every Liberian, people are fleeing from the border, Russell. People are running, people are confused. People need a person of the government. We call for the government person at the border. When the young men and women hosted the flag and saluted the flag, this very same Isaac Doe that talking to his people out there that giving him information with him on his mouth, he was there saying, oh, they oppress the people, you oppress the people. Everybody run away. Gregory Showface today, Isaac Doe put your hand to your mouth talking to your people. I mean, you can't do this. The presence of Gregory Coleman and his men show strength, not weakness. It should pure strength. I will ask everybody, and you guys refuse to answer the question. The only person that said they want war are Fubi, because Fubi is not in Liberia. Fubi is in Burkina Faso. He will not be affected because he will call you 3 girls. God bless them.
Fubi ever told you say what I want?
Right? Fubi answered, yeah, he said he want war. That's what he said. Fubi will call him family to Burkina Faso.
He said, put the angel there and show strength.
Fubi, let me talk my own.
No, but don't say I said,
Brother Fubi, let me tell my own. We cannot come on the show and pretend we asked the government to speak. The president spoke. The open investigation. We said boots on the ground. Gregor Coleman and people going there. The AFL will be there. The joint national security people are sending representatives. Like Councilor Goose said, the chairman and the leaders of national security in the House of Representatives, they are sending people there. The question we're going to start saying, what more do you want? You want war? No, we want war. You want President Baga to go there? No, he said, come on, Chile, you go there. You go there. Oh, President Baga, you put your foot in the water. These are all opposition propaganda. You can now turning it from, they take the man with the 32 pieces of yellow machine, Russell. The man get a yellow machine of Braga get it all over. Hey, you don't come back with that nonsense. That's why you're a noise maker. You're not a lawmaker, you're a noise maker. Yeah, you are. You're a noise maker. You don't come up with another story to be running around, and that's not true. That's not true, I have document of those machines. Everything, we display some of them.
We'll get on the ship to go back.
We display some of them. Listen, I don't know who sent you to Ghana. I hope they can send you again for another 3 months. Because this is an embarrassment. But I leave you alone. The president today, he was at the Senate today. Oh, he met Nathaniel. Wait, the president met Miguel, but he's not looking at Miguel? Well, what's going on with that handshake?
Now we saw
What's going on with that handshake, Emmanuel George?
The president is still angry.
The president brought to look at Miguel in the eye.
You know I have to pull this thing up. You know I have to do it. The president shaking Miguel's hand on the side, but looking at somebody else. No Abba to Abba connection. Let's see what the president, he shook another person and let's see. Oh my God, look at this other, look at this other, look at this here again. They one, they're all in the swab. They're laughing.
La woman.
But again, though, just imagine, right? People are asking questions. Let's say, I cannot answer that question. The president, when he met Miguel, he shook Miguel's hand, and this is the picture. He didn't look at Miguel. Miguel acted like he had afraid, but Miguel had been the president before and banned for clemency. That's what I heard. But all right, so let's move on there. Now, you see the president with his daughter, Youngly. The president with his daughter, Youngly, and they all children and laughing.
You get that.
Right, let me talk my own. Let me talk my own. The president met his daughter, Youngly, and the pro tem, and they're all in the fries. But guys, what the president asked for? Right? They get serious into this. The president asked for more fundings for the army, security, more money. The president today was to make requests. He need money to beef up the armed forces, the joint security. Number two, he also spoke about this yellow machine that we're talking about today. And he said, yes, indeed, Samuka will make clean and clear distribution, and this yellow machine is the way to do the bread and butter things of the country. The president also surprisingly talked about, the lawmakers should speak to the commissioners and that of the superintendent within the different counties to do better, to do more. The president stressed that as well. All right, guys, the president visit was very common. We encourage, he briefed the senators on the issue about his trip to Guinea, and that also, which is very important, the border situation. All right, 4 things the president discussed today. You can follow the newspaper out there. They will really go into it. But the president visit was very, very unique. Very, very unique visit. And I think it yielded a lot of support from both sides of the aisle. The opposition and imposition in the Senate supported his ideas. And I think you understand that the lawmaker then closing for this break and they will be going home. The House already closed, I believe. The Senate will be closing on Tuesday. And then therefore they will be coming back after the 2 months break, or maybe little over 2 months, they will be coming back to do the people's business. Before we leave, there's a 911 call I really want us to do because we'll be going to our closing concerning Uncle Sam and his wife. It's very important we play some of this, right? You can request a 911 call if given permission by the family member. So indeed, we requested a 911 call, and it's very, very important for you to know. Let me play it. When the late Tony fell off in McDonough, Georgia, right? She fell off, and Uncle Sam was present. Uncle Sam called 911. The 911 recording is very important for you to listen to it, number one. Number two, they are still waiting for the death certificate to give us the information to the cause of death. What actually she died from. The death certificate will explain. We received information unconfirmed from our sources that the autopsies that were done by the government, not Uncle Sam pathology. Uncle Sam pathology just arrived in the country today. He have requested to carry on their own autopsy, right? But the one that was done by the government is inconclusive. Now, the medical people, the legal people will let us know when that time comes. And whether this is good, whether this is bad, they will let us know. But what we are receiving from the government autopsy report, okay, unconfirmed from our sources, that is inconclusive. And they are waiting for the death certificate. Gregory Kuma said, in 72 hours, they will give us and they will let the nation know whether they're going to arrest Uncle Sam, indict him, send him to court or send him to jail. This is Gregory Kuma speaking, and after that, we will play the 911 call.
Is that, Mr. Jackson's rights will be protected under the law. The investigation is ongoing. The autopsy has been conducted. Further analysis is being done. So hopefully in the next 72 hours, we should have all of the results to inform the action that will be taken as it relates to the findings of this investigation. So that's where we are at the moment. If there's anything specific that anybody would like to know, you can ask.
So you said hopefully in the next 72 hours, hopefully the 72 hour ended today. It's done today. The 72 hours is over. So now, it's up to the government. But let's play the 911 call that was made.
Yeah, 217. My web just fell out. Repeat the location for me, please. 217 Cold Springs Court. What's the nearest cross street or intersecting road? Fallview. Okay. Come on, baby, get up. Get up. What is your first and last name, please? Samuel Jackson. The telephone number you're calling from? Yes, ma'am. What is it? What is the telephone number you're calling from? 678-327-4451. Okay, so tell me exactly what happened. I don't know. She just fell out. She's unconscious, is that correct? No, she's okay. Not okay, but we need a doctor quickly. We're to the hospital. Okay, I'm gonna get someone started. Hold on one moment for me. I need to ask you a few questions. It's not slowing anyone down. Okay. Okay, baby. You just said she just passed out. Is that correct? Yeah, but yeah, she's coming back to herself, but we need to go to the hospital to find out what's wrong with her. Are you with her now? Yeah, I'm with her now. Where you go? Put this on. Huh? Okay, get on. Why you put like that? Because I'll put the clothes on. I'll put what's the emergency? The emergency is coming, baby. You fell out. I can't fall. Yeah, you did. You fell out. Blood all over the floor. No, that's not mine. It's yours, baby. Come on. No. Come on, baby. Come on. Sam? Baby, come on. Mine. Baby, that's your blood. Put it on. The emergency is going to be here. The ambulance is coming. No. Baby, the ambulance is coming. Stop. You're not yelling at me. I'm not yelling at you. Hello, sir? Put your stuff on the camera, baby. Just put your stuff on. No. Hello, sir. Can you hear me? I can hear you. Put it on. You fell out. Yeah, you did, baby. You did. You fell out. Baby, you fell out. So lay down, baby. Lay down. You didn't take a nap, baby. You didn't take a nap, baby. You were on the floor. Look at this. There's blood on the floor there, baby. There's your blood, baby.
Hello, sir?
Yeah.
You said she had a bruise on her head, is that correct?
Yes, on her head.
Okay.
one your head right here. And it's Bruce right there. Come get it. Oh, are you? How you doing? Yeah, baby, I'm okay, I'm fine. You can't do it. Just lay down. Lay down, baby. It's just blood all over there, baby. It's just blood, baby. Come on. Lay down, they're coming. Hello, sir, can you hear me? I can hear you, man. Okay, that's a boost.
Where was she bleeding from?
What she just, I don't know what she's bleeding from. She normally bleed from a little, but not bleed from a little, but it's just on her head. It's just a little bruise. And she fell down. I don't know how she fell down. Lay down, please fall down. Lay down, baby. Lay down. Lay down. Yeah, there they are.
She's still awake, sir?
Huh? Yeah. I'm just gonna tell her to come upstairs.
Okay, they're arriving now.
Okay, just come upstairs, okay?
Okay, I'm gonna let them know, okay?
Okay, come upstairs. Ruby, okay. The ambulance is here. Okay, we're going to take her to the hospital, okay? Okay. Why did you come to the bathroom? You were like, sorry, you were blinking out? Okay, well, then she's blood all over there. Blood. Come upstairs. Yes.
Okay, so I'm gonna let them take over, okay?
Okay, thank you so much, man.
You're welcome. Have a good day.
Okay, so we're going to stop here. Because of time, I cannot play the rest of it. But I want to say to you, while we do our closing, guys, this is very important. The 911 call, you call the state, you call the county, they will make it available for you. The family requested it, and all people requested for the 911 call. This took place in McDonough, Georgia, Atlanta, Georgia. It took place there in McDonough, Georgia, right? She fell. Uncle Sam called 911. They sent us the transcript. They sent us the recording, and that's how it is. So you can ask for it. You can ask for it. That's fine. It's nothing like AI. This is from the police department, and we that here, we know that. All right. So let's close the show. 1, 2. The information we received. Let me repeat myself. The autopsy report we are hearing yet to be confirmed. That is inconclusive. 3, they are still waiting for the death certificate to determine the cause of death. A lot of stuff is taking 72 hours had expired or will be expiring today. The Uncle Sam case is getting very interesting, let's hear you as you do your closing. We'll start with our brother Honorable Yeke Koluba. Yeke.
Thank you, Stanton. So I want to ask Russell. Russell, will you care to tell the Liberian people that you're consultant to Gregory and you're being paid by Gregory's office as a consultant?
Representative Yeka Koluba, I am not a consultant to Gregory Coleman. I am not being paid by the police department. I work here for the government. You can check my record. So it's false, it's misleading, it's a diabolical lie. I'm not a consultant to the Liberian National Police. That's not true. My only involvement.
We will get follow.
Wait, hold up a second now.
Information and evidence to bring to Stanton so he can put on his show. So let me just talk about how you call it, the investigation, the report from the police. Stanton, you know the police have never done any investigation that is concluded before. Even in the fire situation at the Capitol, at the Capitol building, there was no conclusive investigation done. Everything was left hanging. That's the reason why you see today they don't have any evidence to prosecute for Natiko for others. So we don't expect anything from the people. We don't expect anything from Gregory and his people. This man had just become a party police director that take instruction and behave the way he behaving to harass other people, like the Chief Justice did to Prophet Key. So it's not surprising to some of us. It's not surprising at all. Look at the time he carried in the same jersey. They play, the man is being detained. They play in another living room. If you've been detained, you can either sleep on the floor or you sit down on the chair and sleep. Is that how police officers are supposed to speak? When you speak into your citizens of the country, your mind is made up already to detain somebody. You think we don't know that? I always love being on your show. And I will always love that you call me a noise maker. I appreciate it. I'm not going to take it different. I love to be called any kind of name, you know. I like it. I have resolved for a few people that I'm not going to get at. Few people that I'm not going to get at, especially you. I have benefited from you, and I always said.
Many I think I will benefit. I will deal with you according to the law. Leave me alone.
Yeah, no problem.
But let me ask you a question,
yeah,
right?
Do it every day. So
let me ask you a question before you leave, right? And only on the same thing. You follow everything. You heard everything, and we're not, get involved with the police investigation yet. Sincerely, do you think Uncle Sen killed his wife? Everything you know now.
I don't believe so. But you know, when you're a politician, when something happened to you, everything about us as politicians is being politicized. But I don't believe so. And I don't want to believe that Uncle Sen, that he and myself got on the plane along with his wife when I went back to Ghana. The way I see how he loved and cherished his wife, for him to kill his wife, I don't believe it.
Thank you very much, Eke. It's good having you. Come back again tomorrow. Let me deal with you according to the law.
No problem, Chief.
Yes.
No problem. No problem.
The guy can kill me. Fumi, let's hear you, my brother. Let's hear your closing food.
So yeah, only the police have, they're on a serious note that sometimes they come up with some missteps in their whole procedures and other stuff. And it's good, they say you are innocent until proven guilty. So if the police didn't get their facts right, Uncle Sen has the right to put all the defense that he needs to exonerate himself. But the problem with him, he talks too much, he says all unnecessary things, he gets temperamental. So you put yourself, you made yourself out of a guilty party in the court of public opinion from your reaction. So I think that way, get on Facebook, cause everybody, and say all sort of stuff. The police say they come into the police call you for investigation. You say, I tell you, miss here tomorrow, I can. No, you can't do that in certain country. The police come to your house, you go live and start cursing them, and even making statement that you people kill somebody's father. So all of those things put the public against it, because initially everybody was in sympathy with him and sending condolence messages until they saw the other one, the 30-hour food challenge. I had to do my own as well. And, so all these things, when you put them together, you brought yourself to the spotlight in a negative way. So even if know that the woman had spare or epilepsy or seizure or however you term it, people of those nature, they fall often, and you have to be around to help them pull through. Sometimes. So if you have somebody like that and you don't take charge of the matter and you allow it to slip, and you got different stories coming here and then people giving different testimony about violence, or text messages coming from people and confirming that were violent issues. Your friend coming on Facebook to also confirm that you are being abusive to a woman. You can have people on Facebook, on social media, showing very good relationship, but in the house, it can be something different. And so there are different stuff. But it's good that he coming to defend himself and bringing all of these things out so that he can show a pattern. These are things that actually been happening.
Thank you. Thank you, Fubi. Yekesi, you can come on. I know you got to go home. We ran 20 minutes, 45 minutes over your time. You can come on, Yekesi. Emmanuel George, let's see you. Let's hear you. 30 seconds, Chief.
First, I want to thank you, fellow panelists, for the conversation we had tonight. Thank the Liberian people for listening to us on Facebook, YouTube, and the different radio and television stations in Liberia. Look, we've been discussing a critical issue about the border. First of all, this is not about politics or where I stand. I strongly believe my political leader, Mr. Alexander Benedict Cummings, who have handled this situation differently. I strongly believe that if he was leading this country at this particular point in time, the Guinean army will have retreated back to Guinea. But it's not about what I believe and what we will do at the 20th National Congress. It's what is being happening in the country and the concept that the president have in resolving this matter. And that's what we continue to say. The president's stand is for us to have a peaceful posture. His stand is for us to bring this to an amicable end through dialogue and negotiations. With his speech last night and his utterance since the beginning of the situation. So therefore, I do understand why the Inspector General of Police was sent to the border in order for him to show that the president was handling this not at a military stance, but at his civil stance. And hopefully the Guineans will catch the message and understand it. But it's regrettable that though he traveled as far as Olumba and at the border entry, the Inspector General of Police did not find it necessary to have conversation with the Guinean soldiers at the border. Nor did he attempt to go to Gegedu to have a conversation with those who the soldiers have said in their conversation with our journalists, with Spoon journalists, have sent them into Liberia. That conversation should and must be held. I totally agree that investigation should take place. I've not heard any conversation about money of gold and diamonds, but it is good it was elevated by Councillor Gonglo. But that investigation must take place, and I believe by the statement from the Ministry of Information, an investigation has started. With the issue of Uncle Sam, I will rest my comment because we don't have time to have this conversation. Hopefully the next time we come, we'll be able to continue this conversation. But it's been a good evening, gentlemen. You all have a wonderful night. Look forward to seeing each and every one of you tomorrow.
Yes, sir. Tomorrow I'm going to show the documents and we're going to discuss further on the Uncle Sam issue. We expect the police to speak tomorrow. If not, we will continue to put all the documents that we have on.
Esther, if I can have 1 second to say one thing quickly. I believe at this time, the president should call all the political leaders to the mansion, including all past presidents, to have a conversation about what is going on in our country. Let the president show a national solidarity on these issues by speaking to all the leaders of the political parties and former presidents of the country. Thank you.
Thank you, Emmanuel. Mr. Russell, you're closer.
Yeah, thank you, Stanton. Again, I will reiterate that I think what the police did today, I think that was a good thing, showing presence there. This is something that we've called for, not just for the police, but to show our security presence at the border, and the police show up. The police department here, the police department in Liberia, in most places, they have different units within the department. So you have the SWAT unit, you have the ERU unit, you have all these different units. So it's not the regular police that will be, patrol police that will be on the streets in Monrovia, on Carey Street, or at Red Light or whatever. The police that went to the border is a different police unit, okay? So responding in the way they did, I think it was a good thing as part of the joint security apparatus showing up there. So I think it's a good thing. They need to do more. The government needs to do more, and I will agree and support that we need to have some investigation to find out why we are where we are now. We need some accountability, and we need to know. I mean, people need to know why things turned the way they've turned. But I'm certain that the government is working behind the scene and doing a lot of work through the different diplomatic channels. Pound for pound, we don't want to go to war. And if we ask everybody, I think this approach is different. One of the things I say, look, we need to get to downtown. Sometimes how we get to downtown doesn't really matter. We need the Guineans to respect our border, and leave. And we are going about it in different ways that will lead to them eventually leaving. So having the military there, having a robust military force there, that's one way. Having the joint security presence there with immigration, border patrol, that's another way, and with the diplomacy and all of that. And with the case involving Uncle Sam Stanton, it's in court. It's still being decided, and now you've just reported that the autopsy is inconclusive. So I'll wait at least until I get more information to come.
Yeah, not yet confirmed. Not yet confirmed. Just to add that.
Yes, inconclusive. So it's not confirmed. Okay.
We have not personally, as a network, confirmed that information. That's
okay.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Got you. But what came out, and part of what we were saying, apparently, there were a lot of there may have been some pre-existing issues, but again, I cannot speak to that while the investigation is ongoing. So, thank you. Thanks for the opportunity as always, and like to say good night to all of our viewers and listeners out there, and all my fellow panelists. And we look forward to another healthy, productive conversation tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Robson. Okay. Yagazi, if you hear me, can you come on? We calling you to come on. Yagazi is back. They're begging for us.
Councillor Gu, let me ask you this. You're doing your closing. But consider Uncle Sam is suspect. That means that they have probable cause, right? And that means that they establish there's a crime there. That's what they are saying. If they establish that, they call Uncle Sam a suspect, that means they establish there's a crime there. There's something there. So the only way you can call somebody a suspect should be something that shows that there is a crime there. So I want you to speak on that, because I think it's an error to call somebody a suspect without establishing there's a crime, there. And secondly, Stanton, you said tomorrow you put out the document. So, so at least, I think they call it call for service detail report. And I wanted to pull out that because some people think, yes, that's it, call for service details report. So at least, go into depth with it tomorrow, because people think that you just took this thing from somewhere, but they don't know that you can request for it and you did your due diligence to bring this tip to the Liberian people. So I think we should go into it and, tomorrow more, so they can see that document. So, but I want Councillor Good to go into the question and answer. So I rest for now.
Thank you. So, to have a suspect, there has to be established that there was a crime committed, and you have reasonable belief that this person is connected to that crime. So I would say for sure that the police rushed to have declared Uncle Sam to be a suspect, when in fact they have not even gotten the death certificate, which should have shown the cause of death. That would have led now to whether a criminal investigation will be conducted or not, because the coroner will go on and do the coroner inquest, and the coroner will establish the cause of death. And where the coroner is able to establish the cause of death, then he seek examination, where he requests for pathologists. So I think there were, but again, I get my understanding that there were some other reasons why they took that action, and they took it to avert some things. I would not say because while it's true I'm in private practice, I'm still at least have to respect certain information, that put us on the security of the case, the integrity of the case. But I think generally would say that it's good to investigate, build your case before you move to make an arrest.
So they rush to call him a suspect.
Yeah, I think so. I think they were in his, to declaring a suspect, then releasing after 48 hours. I think there's a misstep, but there's other reasons why they did that. We can understand that from us who serve in the system. Now we come to the Makuna River issue. Stanton, I check all the information, and if you go to the Ministry of Mines portal, and you check the licenses in FOIA, this BK company was given 2 mining Class B licenses, and they were to mine rocks for the FOIA project. At no time had the government of Liberia, to the extent that I know, given license to any company to mine sand for that river. And if you go to that map, you see where the licenses are, and you see where the river runs. It's very, very, very far. So what took them there to mine sand is believed to be the reasons why that mining of sand is the reasons that trigger the Guineans' action. They have no license to mine sand. They have license, 2 Class B license to mine rocks, according to the information.
Thank you, Councillor. We gotta go. Keep so for the ball. I was keeping it for the ball.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. So, but anyway, sorry, we're going to go in depth tomorrow. But yeah, so that's it. But anyway, I think we'll have a good show.
The issue is that, Councillor, and the reason why I didn't bring it up today is because you got to verify who all own the BK company. Let's agree that they went other places to mine illegally.
Yeah.
But who are those owners? Francis Humane, does he have anything to do with that company? Did he register the company in a third person name, a third party name? Let's talk about the brother of
Thomas Fala.
Thomas Fala. These are huge allegations. So I just don't want to speak on it till I guess something. And if you look at the business registry, right, it tells you exactly the owner, and that's not the only company, by the way. So just give us a chance. We'll really dive into this thing, and the people will know exactly as the investigation unfolds, because it's big, it's huge. General Gonglo is right. Let me bring in Jefferson Chester. Jefferson, thank you very much for hanging with us today. Maybe you finish we said 30 minutes back. 30 seconds. Jefferson,
we talk about disruptor. They disrupted me again.
Thank you.
Thank you, Stanton. So, Stanton, one thing this situation
Mess ball in the corner, he's smelling it. He's smelling that soup in the corner.
One thing this situation at the border has done, it has exposed Boakai to be a weak president and a president who is not able to steer the affairs of our country and protect our territorial integrity. It has also shown that the visit of the police RG to Lofa was just for photo shoot, nothing other than that. His presence there did nothing. He went in with a handful of men and came back out with a handful of men. His presence there did not add anything or subtract anything from the situation at the border. When it comes to Sam wife's death, peace be to her ashes, is that for the government to say that the autopsy was inconclusive, it means that after conducting the post-mortem examination, the medical examiner, the person that examined the body, could not determine a clear or definite cause or manner of death. So it tells you that the government needs to be more meticulous in how they handle this case. And the council just gave us a clear direction on how this government has failed to legally label Samuel Jackson as a suspect in this case. Because in any situation, you must first establish that a crime was committed, and then you can start to suspect who committed the crime. But this government did not do that. I strongly want to believe that it was done hastily based on political reason, because Mr. Jackson is a very vocal critic of this government, and I think the police wanted to go after him hastily. That's my take on the Sam Jackson thing. And if they are not careful, the case might likely be like the Angel Toba case. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Isaac.
Yeah, thank you. I know we spend a lot of time on the border issue and Uncle Sam's thing. For Uncle Sam's issue, just to go on it very quickly, I don't know if the death certificate comes and it says the reason of death is X. The same thing the police autopsy will bring. Then where will we be? So there is no death certificate that they want to confirm indeed what on the death certificate what they are doing autopsy. So well, that's not something I want to base my closing on. I think the police, Gregor Como, should try to leave the camera business a little bit. I think the issue of camera on you is usually affects the brother who I like. I wish he can try to forget the camera a little bit because he's making too much of making. But I want to close on two things very quickly. I know Stanton, you got to eat. One is a statement that came from Liberia's information minister today. The information minister said, I see people on social media expressing anger, saying our territorial sovereignty is being encroached upon and that the government is doing nothing. If you believe nothing is being done, would you like to volunteer so we can arm you to go and address the situation yourself, Mr. Minister?
Let me play. As let me play, then we hear you. Let me play.
I see some people on social media, known like you, and say they're angry. Because our territorial sovereignty, in their words, is being encroached upon and we're doing nothing. You want to volunteer so we can give you a weapon to go do something, so we're not doing anything?
So let's be. Start on the person you just listen to is.
No, let's keep it tomorrow, man.
information.
They want big. Yeah, let's keep it tomorrow about big one. They want big.
That would be fair, Arthur. That's the reason why I did it.
This is big. This is big.
Okay,
Let's
so
agree.
I would jump
Yeah, I
go
agree,
with
Pastor.
discuss it tomorrow. Okay, no problem.
This
I will
is
jump
big.
on- This is very big. But since this one I can't talk about it, let me replace it with my brother Mo Ali. We get plenty of things. You know, there is a lady in Liberia they call Mariah Yakula. Anybody knows her? We need to try to take that woman phone from her. Because that woman phone is bringing problem on F. So she used her VAR. You know, we call political VAR. She used a certain camera that she always Mo Ali making a post. Something to me, and this is serious. Mo Ali making a post March 7, 2022. At that time, who was president? George Weah. Who was in power? CDC. This is what Brother Mo Ali said. Gas, $875. Diesel, $930, unprecedented, and the first time since 1992. In the comment section, he said CDC is incompetent. Gas today is $940. The brother said we shouldn't talk. So, Kev, we talking anything, yeah?
So
today, gas. At the time, Mo Ali was beating CDC. It was
so you got two talking points. You got two
today,
things.
gas is $940, but you know what? We will not talk. And Gibson Jerome, we are not talking anything, yeah? We shut up. I end. Amen. Hallelujah.
I don't know what you brought. Well, I mean, who brought Gibson on? Gibson, do your closing. You didn't do any opening. Just do your closing.
I will start with Sam Jackson, and thank you guys. How you all doing? You know, I'm waiting for Sam Jackson to sit on this panel, and I put it in his face. Sam Jackson, you know, there's a reason why when somebody is affected, lost their family member, immediate loved one, there's a reason why they don't talk to the media and they issue a family release. Because you're speaking to the media, answering questions will make you to say things you got no business saying. When Sam Jackson spoke the first time on phone, on Spoon Talk, he said that his wife was in coma and fell from the edge of the bed to the ground. When he was interviewed by Nelson, he said,
that come early tomorrow. Let's talk about it. We got a lot to discover, man. You can't go ahead with this story when you know very well you came late, my brother.
Okay, Sam, Stanton, I'll be there. I'll be here tomorrow.
Yeah, you know, it means that it's time for me to get off. I know you want to drag Sam Jackson. We hear your sound, my brother, please.
Okay, so I was about to talk about the information minister thing. That's why I came, but you said we're going to discuss it tomorrow. I think the government information people need to be more responsible to validate the feeling of the Liberian people, validate their experience. So, Stanton, you work in healthcare, and this is one of the things that is good in healthcare. You validate. I'm sorry.
I used to work there. I don't work there no more.
Okay, you don't work there no more. There's something called validating the feeling of the residents. When they say something, understand that they have genuine feeling. For the information minister, instead of telling the Liberian people and saying we understand, instead of saying we understand your problem, and you say they will come and wear uniform to go on the front. We'll talk about that tomorrow, but we already late here. Stanton, I did it to myself. You didn't do it to me, but I'll be here tomorrow. I got no work tomorrow. I got no work on Sunday, so I'm ready to come in full.
Let's do it tomorrow because it's the best thing. I want to say thanks to all of you. We do appreciate you all for joining us, man. It's been a wonderful show. Tomorrow we'll be discussing a lot. Yes, I saw the Mariah Yakula back and forth for Mo Ali. Yes, we are to talk also about the achievement and whatever. Our brother from the information ministry said, Geraldine Pierre, we'll talk about it, the context, okay? And we're going to talk about some other good things happening in the government and some other expectation. I want to say, may God bless you, may God keep you. We do appreciate you, Yekezi Zoe, for producing for us today. Have a good night, everybody, and peace be still.
Okay, so folks, that's it. That's all the time we have to be here. You can join the CEO and his team of panelists on tomorrow for another edition of the show. My name is Yekezi Zobe, bidding you pleasant goodbye from Odious Congo Town in Monrovia, Liberia. Bye-bye.
Yes, I, a special one. The CEO stand coming with the spoon, and your boy.